Oh, impressive.
Now, countdown. T-1 second. Yeah, I think now we're live.
Nice.
Okay, we're live. And I can see us, I think, on Twitch.
Very cool.
So I just read your tweet this morning, Joe, and you said that you're one of the founders,
yeah, technically.
of the remake. How did David convince you to be part of it?
So there's a launch deal right now for like the 99 subscription,
Right?
For remake, and I've been following this project for probably about a year, I guess. Wow. If you want to like round up a little bit, we met in like January, maybe even earlier. I'm not YC Startup School 2019, I think it was, or something. So we met on one of those calls way back and kind of just like kept up talking every 2 weeks or every month or so for like since then. And it's been crazy to see what remake like was and what it is now, especially with the new syntax. Yeah. More importantly, how it's been marketed, because it took me a long time to learn what it really was at the
beginning. Yeah, I actually also got pretty confused in the beginning, but after digging a little bit deeper, and I know what it is, and we helped. I also helped host a meetup session to help David, to find what is his target audience. So
nice.
Yeah, I'm glad that he did.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's been really hard to actually figure out how to describe it.
Yeah, you're like kind of stepping into a new niche, right? Like you're building a new product. It's not like an X for Y or it's this tool that it's a printer, but it's better because of these reasons. It's like, no, I'm just building something entirely new. And so I have to not only explain to you what that is, but why you want it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think the name explains, right? Remake. So it's not something it already exists. It's make something new, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we call it remake.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I call it remake just because I just thought it was so hard to build on the internet, like on the web, to like build basic web apps, and so I was like, okay, this kind of needs to be remade a little bit. Yeah,
that's a good name.
Yeah, but yeah.
Are you wearing the T-shirt that your wife gifted to you? I didn't see the logo.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Loading the screen a little bit.
Yeah. Great.
You need like one of those corporate Zoom banners in the background where it's like, it has remake up above your head and like all your logos plastered on the wall. It's really obviously a green screen though.
So Damon, how did you get started building in public? Because I don't know if I've seen the beginning of your story. I know you run IndieLog and then you just released Influencer.
Right.
But where did you get started?
I started, I actually joined the, indiehackers.com, that community back in end of last year. And I being a lurker, for several months, until, the pandemic lockdown hit us, all of us, right? And by then I saw, several posts, talking about loneliness, because we are stuck at home and such kind of topics. So I think maybe I can create something, to solve this problem, and but how, right? And I'm thinking, why loneliness? It is because we all stuck at home and we cannot see each other, we cannot hang out because of this kind of social distancing, right?
Yeah.
But the traditional text-based forums/communities cannot solve this issue, or even worse, they people may get even lonely, because of kind of stuck in front of the computer for several hours. So I think maybe I can create something new, right? But it will not be text-based. I'm thinking to use video, because video is totally different. We can see each other and we can even feel the emotions back up the scene, behind the scene emotions, when people speak in front of the camera, like what we are currently doing, right? So I think video may be a good media to solve this kind of loneliness problem. Actually, in the very beginning, the IndieLog name used to be called lonely.dev, but I just kind of rebrand the community to be IndieLog, because if I some people compare lonely.dev maybe too dev centric, and the lonely, the word is kind of negative, so I just rebranded to IndieLog. So yeah, so I think by then, because I'm also working from home, and I cannot see my colleague, I cannot see my friend, I cannot even make new friends, right? So I think maybe I can create something, nowadays it's only IndieLog, and I just create something to solve my own problem. And I think in the beginning, even before I start coding my first line, and I just dropped a Typeform link, and made a post on Indie Hackers, and just randomly dropped a Typeform link, and to see if anyone really interested in it. And I got 10 plus people sign up, and which really surprised me. And then I started to code, and this is the very beginning, of my building public journey.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Were you coding before that, before launching?
No, what is the question?
Were you, you must have been like coding a bunch of projects before launching LonelyDev.
Yeah. Actually, my expertise, is in language C. I never, step into this kind of web development, stuff. And also last year, probably the same time when I joined Indie Hackers, and I just, I was pretty, fascinated by this, web development, and I purchased a Udemy course, right?
Nice.
It cost me $999, and luckily I chose React.js and Node.js. So it's pretty popular nowadays. And after that, I just followed whatever the instructors of the Udemy did, and I just clone their website and do a bunch of tiny projects, and until that I find some ideas on Indie Hackers, and I started to work on IndieLog. And by then I know nothing about how to record a video on the browser, and how to even call the API to upload the video, the video to the other side. So this is I pretty much learned the whole web development just by myself. I'm a self-taught web dev.
That's amazing. And so you didn't have any like web projects before IndieLog, before LonelyDev?
I didn't even launch those projects. Those projects, yes,
wow,
are currently sit in my GitHub repository.
yeah. That's cool. That's really cool. So do you want to talk us through a little bit like what building in public has like brought to you in terms of motivation, in terms of like inspiration from other people? Has it helped you like stick to projects and make them successful?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, one of the benefits would be it make me I have no excuse to procrastinate, right? So I have to make the constant progress, because initially I got 10 people sign up, and that is like a the beginning of the rolling the snowball, right? So once I got 10 people, I may got 20, and even 100, and 1,000. But right now we have hundreds members in our community. So people are pretty active in our community, and they provide me some feedback, and also find some bug, and I have to fix. So
yeah,
I have no excuse to delay, right? People use I think some people use IndieLog just as a personal use, just to record their own journey, and if people wants to make some friends, they can interact with some others videos, and people just invest time on our community. And I have once if they want something, right, they really want, I have to make it really quick, and as soon as I can, right? Otherwise I just make people down, and they probably never come back, right? And I lost the accountability, right? So yeah, I think one of the benefits is that it forced me to be accountable on the internet, because we are doing a totally new how to say, a new format, right? We do videos, so this is 100% built in public, right? So not only I tweet, right, in the text, but I show my face. I show my face, and I speak my voice, and I use my name, right? So this is, I'm like 100% built in public. So yeah, it forced me. So once you throw yourself in the public, and it's good and bad, right? I mean, it basically expose yourself in front of I can't imagine how many people, but you just throw yourself outside, and you throw your weakness, you throw your advantages. So, but that is okay. I mean, even you're weak, you're vulnerable, but you will meet so many nice people, like-minded people, right? And people will help you, and the people help you grow, and you'll definitely be a better you, compared to a few months before.
Yeah.
Because of this, I know David, right? I know right? I know. Now I know Joe, and your awesome project, and so we basically help each other. So it's not like our members just to simply give me their feedback, right, in one direction. So this kind of help is like a mutual. So building public is not like I receive their kindness to me without me doing anything to them. So we basically help each other, and because of this kind of building public, right? We know each other, and we help each other. We all wish everyone succeed, right? So if any of my friends succeed, it's like also a success to me, right?
Yeah.
And
Damon,
how do you? Oh yeah.
Yeah, like what do you consider like building in public to you? Like I know you're posting your videos on IndieLog or on Lonely Dev, and you're talking about like the struggles that you had or what you're thinking about building next. Like, what to you constitutes of building in public? Is it talking about what you're trying to build, what you built and failed, asking for help? Like, how do you look at the building public movement, so to speak, and say, this is the niche that I've carved out, and this is what I do to contribute to it, or what I consider building in public?
I think I pretty much, expose every aspect of the product journey, in this building public stuff. Like I said, right? So even I started, to code the first line of Lonely Dev, right? So I just throw the idea, to the internet, right? To have people to roast my ideas. I'm not afraid, people, if they steal my idea or something. That is good, right? So
was that a development? Did you change your attitude about that?
I didn't. I didn't change. It's the same. So you have to. I don't think there is no such built-in private thing, because building something, you aim to have users to use your product, right, or have users to purchase your product. So if you build in private, or if you build in stealth mode, so how do you expect users to find you, right? So something like you create a website, you do the SEO. If you can't simply imagine the whole success comes to you, right? By simply dropping a website in the world and expect Google to give you top 100% ranking, right? So it won't happen. So you have to make a lot of noise, and you have to do a lot of content marketing, do some valuable stuff to the world. So so people can find you. So I like to throw my ideas
out into the world and just see if they stick.
Right. From ideas to development, and then to future future improvement.
I want to pitch IndieLog really quick myself
Yeah.
as just like a really cool place to hang out online. And I think it's sorely missing like among the indie hacker community because there's all these places to launch or there's these places to like discuss web development, but there's not like a place to just be yourself online. And so I kind of look at it as like a meetup, like a virtual meetup, and I'm just going there to chat. I'm not going there to, present, my best self or do marketing to my customers. I can just be myself around these people. They have, the same interests and motivations as I do. And that's what I really love about it. And I think it's really cool that that was your first indie hacking project that you released and built in public, because I feel like it must have created a really strong audience for you, going forward, to like have your first product be community focused. Do you want to take a second to like, talk about IndieLog and like what it is so that, people might want to stop by?
Yeah. Oh, you already did the pitch. So
yeah.
do I have to repeat? Okay. So yeah, IndieLog is, a community, video format community for, indie hackers, makers, builders, whatever you call yourself, right? Content marketers, right? To vlog their progress together. So yeah, we do video, and we also have a video, time limit for each video. The time limit is 2 minutes. So I'm not sure how TikTok limit is, but we also have the time limit. So it's you can think of it like a daily stand-up, right? So you can just use IndieLog to record your progress, and like I said, right, you can also interact with each other and make some real relationship, right? Like I know so in this way I know David, right? So
yeah definitely.
yeah.
You're doing meetups like every couple of weeks. Is that still happening?
That only happens the first 2 times, and then after that I didn't host any meetup because I'm still because IndieLog is my side project. I didn't invest my full time IndieLog, and I also have another side project ongoing, and I also
influencer, right?
Right. I also have my day job, and I also have a family to take care of. So it's very hard to find continuous 1 hour, on a weekend, right? So the weekend is mostly the busiest time. I mean, especially we have the family, we have to play with the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you?
But
tell
we still
us?
have the async, update on IndieLog, right? So the meetup is like the live stuff, but we can always catch up with each other on each other's video update.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about how your idea of like what building in public has changed over the past year?
You're asking anything changed?
Like when you first started building IndieLog, which was called Lonely Dev at first, and you started releasing it and talking to people about it in public and getting feedback from them. I would imagine that your understanding of the benefits and the process of building in public was different than it is now, where you just released influencer, answer. Got it.
Yeah. Influencer answer.
Great. And so you just released that one. So how did you think about that process differently than the first time around?
I think in the very beginning, as I said, right, so the IndieLog is like also a product to solve my own problem. So at first I didn't, to be honest, I didn't expect to have any users. So I thought maybe I just create a platform for me to just upload my own progress on a product called IndieLog, right? So I thought I just record on my own. So even on Twitter, I just post a tweet on my own. But later, people people really replied, right? People really post their videos on IndieLog. So that really changed my attitude on building public. So I, in the very beginning, I thought, the building public process is like, one direction. So I just, talk what I'm doing and I just post what I'm doing. But I didn't really expect to have this kind of, mutual communications with each other. So I didn't expect to meet, through the building public, I can meet some new friends. I can know, how awesome their project is. So at first I just, in the very beginning, I just focused on my own stuff, and I just want to be a better myself and create a better product of my own, right? Yeah. But later that I realized, the building public is also not my own personal attitude. Is a mutual stuff. So you have to do this kind of bi-directional communication with other makers, so that I can also be a better myself, and I also can help each other be a better version, right? So this kind of changed me, because also because I throw myself out to the outside world, and I can have people other people find me, right? And I also can find other people. So yeah, so this is amazing. And once when I started the register Twitter, and that was back in 2011. So that was the year that I came to the States. And back in China, I'm from China, and back in in China, the government banned Twitter and Facebook, so I have no way to register. But 2011 was the year I registered Twitter, but I never used since then I never used Twitter that much, until early this year. And back in April, I got 660 followers, and now I have I still not that much, but much better than before. I have 500 plus. So yeah, I think that is also a result. People follow you not because wants to subscribe to any of your update. People follow you because people wants to you to follow their journey, right? So nobody's like I would say, yeah. I think building public should be mutual, and
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a community, and you're sharing with each other, and you're helping each other.
It is.
Yeah, not. It's not just like you're posting something and then asking for people, hey, I just had an update. Like, what do you think? One-way street all the time. Until you get to a certain level of building.
Until you get a certain level, right?
Right. Like then you
become the real influencer, and then you can become you can use your knowledge or wisdom to influence more people, right? But since we are we're not influencer, right? We are just helping each other, and I think in one sentence, right? So you give what you get what you give, right? So if you don't give, and you don't get, right?
Yeah. And some of the most exciting conversations that are on Twitter or anything that is around this topic is people that are just like me, that are having the same problems, or are trying to solve similar issues, or are confused about where to go next. It's you have a sense of community in realizing that you're not alone, and you're not the only one that's trying to figure out how to find your first customer or your second customer. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands of people out there that are being quiet, and there's a select few that are actually building in public, building with someone. It doesn't feel like you're building against them or in your silo. It feels like you're building with everyone, and that's a big difference. And it goes back to what you're saying about it's a community. It really is.
It is community. Yeah, it's not just yourself.
Yeah.
Joe, can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know you've worked on a few projects now, and I think you've kind of been experimenting more with building in public recently. And I think I'm particularly interested in how you think about competition. Because I think about it too, and I think we all think about it, right? You can't help but think about it. How do you when you think about building in public? How do you think about that?
Yeah, No, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I think at some certain point, right? So the competition will come. So you cannot avoid. You cannot avoid, right? Even if you're worried your idea be stolen, right? But at some certain point, right, you have to talk to your users. You have to talk to the public, right? What you're building, and then maybe competitors will come. I think it's not competitors drive you forward. It is your real, it is your users, your supporters, right? Who may give you feedback, right? Who may give you even report some bug, right? To that is the force to drive you forward, right? So if you blindly, if you saw some competitors, right, you're afraid, that they're stealing your ideas, but the competitors can only steal, the current, the current status of your product, but they cannot steal your future. So for me, because I'm not creating any, paid product, I just do what I'm currently doing, and I feel very happy with my current progress on Indila. But yeah, as I said, right, so competitors can only steal your current status. They can still they cannot steal your future, and it's in the end, it's you create your product for your users, not for competitors. So it is okay to have the competitor. So right.
We just got a viewer question.
Sure.
So I wanted to chime in here. Kinvin asks, building in public can be a heck of a lot of work. Is it worth the payoff? And then he follows up with, it can also be a source of stress if things might not be going well. Sharing updates could be demoralizing. What do you think about that? Like how much stress it is to build in public and how much extra work on top of what you're already doing?
To be honest, I don't feel too much stress. I mean my kid already give me too many stuff to handle, right? So yeah. So it's a side project. Building public. One good benefit of IndieLog, right? So it's like a 2 minutes update, right? So it is a good way for me to summarize my day, right? So it is also a good way for me to just concentrate my idea, right? And it helped me focus my own stuff. So even you don't do the video update, you do Twitter, and people just summarize maybe their what they found in a thread, and I think the building public helps us to concentrate on what we're currently doing, and also better. I think it will also help, plan for, your what to say?
Like plan the direction of where you're going to take the product.
Yes. Once you summarize what you're doing, and you have a better, roadmap, right? Blueprint for future. So as long as you document, you have a log to record your journey, and then. You cannot, if you don't log anything, you cannot, from point A to point B directly, right? So you have to, create a lot of dots in your path, and then that leads to your future. So and I think it will help, also help clear, any doubt for the future. I think it's not really much, stress thing. It's I just use it as a tool, right, to help me better organize.
Awesome.
And it also help practice my English as well.
Well,
so I have to speak 2 minutes continuously in English. That is hard to me. I mean, I speak Chinese, but I at least I get much better than 6 months before.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Damon, for coming on and sharing with us your journey of building in public. It was really, really interesting and fun. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're going to do with IndieLog and with Influencer.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for having me, David and Joe. Yeah. Nice meeting you, Joe.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Have fun.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep. Bye. Do I have to leave or? So how should I end up this call?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If I leave, I leave, right?
Kill your
Yeah.
video.
I think you have the next
upload
guest,
it.
right, Linus? And how do I have to leave, right? So, I think.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you could stay if you want and chat. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just I don't know. I have to exit the call and so that your next guest can come, right? So let me leave the call.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
David.
See ya.
David, before we hop on the next one, the title of the Twitch stream is a little off.
Oh, I still didn't fix it. I thought I fixed it. My bad. Is it still the polite pop-up?
Yeah.
Oh my
I don't know if that's
goodness.
because it's like the video or whatever, but
Oh, I changed it though. Can you refresh the page? Hey, Linus.
hey,
So we're just trying to figure out the Twitch stream title. Joe, if you refresh the Twitch stream, did it change?
no, but maybe it's just an issue on my end. So hopefully it's all good.
Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, well, we'll move on, and hopefully it's going to be okay. So Linus, welcome to the stream. I'll talk briefly about what I know about you. So I know you're a web maker and writer and community builder. You write a lot of great blog posts about the things that you're building and working on, and you like thinking deeply about different topics around building on the internet. And you also build a lot of your own tools. Like a surprising amount of your own tools, which is really, really cool because I think you believe that your workflow is informed by your tools, and so you should be the one who's responsible for determining that workflow. And you're here to talk with us about building an early adopter community, and welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Thanks for that introduction and for the welcome. So I'm new to Riverside's thing, but I guess I can share my screen. I made a little deck, just kind of
nice.
guide
Awesome.
where I'm going. I'm guessing this is the screen share button. All right, here. Can I complete? Oh wait, if I share my. Oh, okay. I know what I'm doing. I got it.
Okay, nice. I've also never shared my screen on this platform.
There you go.
So,
Okay, can you see
Yeah.
the slide that says build for community, not just users?
yeah.
Okay, perfect. Great. So yeah, thanks for the welcome. Lately I've been thinking a lot about community, obviously, and sort of how this intersects with a lot of what I do online, which is sort of work inside projects and be generally in like the maker sphere.
Mhm.
And so I want to talk about basically how this community thing that I'm thinking about sort of intersects with if you want to launch an idea or launch a project or launch an open source project or something like that, and how those two might intersect. And so yeah, we'll kind of see where it goes. And if you're listening, David gave a great kind of introduction for me. But just if you're a little bit doubtful still on kind of who am I to speak on this topic, I work on a lot of side projects. I actually, for this presentation, look back on my list of projects that I have on my website, and it's longer than I expected. So there's a lot of projects that I've worked on. A lot of these are productivity tools. Some of these are like lightweight little web hacks. Some of these are more complex, and they're like programming languages and compilers and things like that. But a lot of them, 5 or 6 of them have sort of ended up in Hacker News at various points in time. A few different like product launches, most of them which made the front page, including one product of the day, which was kind of cool. And then other kinds of like things on Reddit and Twitter here and there. And so I've sort of made a bunch of stuff. Some of them worked out and some of them haven't. But all through that time, I think I've noticed some patterns. I noticed some interesting ideas in how to essentially build things with people and launch things with people and with a community. And so that's kind of what I'm interested in talking about today. And my main idea for today that I want to explore is the idea of there's a community behind every breakout product, right? So I think if you look at really interesting products that have been really successful in the past, everything from like really obviously community related products like Twitch to something that's not maybe super community related like Instagram or React. I think if you look at when they started, having a really great, passionate, kind of small core user base of people that were really into the product in the beginning and willing to bet on the product in the beginning, I think was a really critical part of how all of these products kind of worked out. In the case of things like Stripe and React, it's about like a developer community. In the case of Twitch, for example, or Airbnb, it's about a user community. And then obviously Y Combinator, Product Hunt, these are more community-based products in their own right. And some of these, I think, some of these also make the converse true. So for some of these, there's also product behind every sort of breakout community. So the way that Twitch started, for example, was it initially wasn't like a game video streaming site. It was just streaming video back in the early days of streaming video on the internet. And while when they had the initial idea, Justin TV, most of the site wasn't doing super great, but then they noticed this particular corner of the website where a bunch of people were using it to kind of stream their games. And it was kind of a small community of game streamers there. And they really doubled down on that particular community. And obviously it's gone much better since then. And so I think there's sort of two ways to look at this with the interaction with the community and product. But I think ultimately what this means is if you want to launch a really great product, I think it's great to understand how to build a community from the start and how to use that community to build something with people who might be really interested in what you're building. And so I've divided up this presentation kind of into two parts. The first part is I'm going to talk about helping using a community to help you build something really great. And then second, towards the kind of latter third of the talk, I want to talk about how to sort of use this kind of community mindset to launch. So I'll talk about some of my experience launching things on places like Product Hunt and Twitter and Hacker News, and what I've learned and how I think about things there. So first, talk about using communities to build. And I think the key idea here is that you should build your product with a community around you. And this is kind of a compact sentence, but I think the important part here is with a community around you. You're not necessarily building for, or you shouldn't be necessarily building for, just some like other group of strangers. Ideally, the people that you're building for are kind of a community around you, and you're part of that community, and they feel like they kind of are on the same level playing field as you are, and you're kind of all shaping the product together and having a discussion together. And I think that's the right mindset to be in if you want to build a community, or if you have to build a product with a kind of a community mindset. And I've broken down this question of how do you go start a community around what you're building. What if you're building like a developer tool, like Remake, for example, how do you start and kind of bootstrap the community? And I've sort of broken it down into 4 big questions that I think you need to be asking from the beginning. And that's kind of the cause, the people, the activity, and the place, and kind of that order, I think. I think most people are sort of, it's easy to jump to like a tool or jump to something that already works. Like if you want to start a community, the first thing that you might think of is like, oh, I need like a GitHub repo, or I need like a Slack group to kind of be the home base. But I think that's maybe getting a little ahead of yourself. And there's a couple of questions that are helpful to ask before you get to that step of trying to figure out the place that you hang out, of kind of who's going to be there and why you're gathering. And so I think the first thing that you should figure out is the cause. Like, why are people going to show up? And there's sort of 2 parts to this. One is, why would people join? Why would people turn up in the first place? And the second part is, why are they going to come back? And they're not always the same reasons. Sometimes maybe people come because it's just a really interesting idea, or because they heard from a friend that they should come, or maybe they were just trying to solve like one particular problem. For example, for like Stack Overflow, you only initially go there because like you need to solve this like one very particular problem, and then maybe you come back a couple times, and then you return maybe to contribute back to the community. And so, so these two reasons might be different, but these are both kind of questions to think about around why are people going to come back and hang out with you people. And once you know kind of the why people are going to be there, you want to think about who's actually are the people coming together. So not only like in terms of I'm gathering developers, but what kind of developers? Where are they from? Are they from just the US, or are they from all around the world? What kind of lifestyle are they? Are they students? Are they free only like during the night when they're not working? What are they doing now, and where are they hanging out? So kind of how is their life structured? Can you do stuff together synchronously during the day? Do they work during the day? What kind of people are they? What kind of tools are they using? If you're building like a developer product, again, like Remake, then what are they doing now instead of what are you using whatever you're building? So having this really clear idea of what kind of people you're actually getting together, I think helps structure other conversations and questions around what you're building in the community. And third, this is kind of the most important part, and I think the most interesting question is like, what are you doing activity? Like, how are you coming together? And I think it's really important that you do have something that you're all kind of doing together. I think some communities, especially lately, people have been putting together like quote unquote communities that are basically a bunch of people in a Slack group or a bunch of people in like a Discord group, and not particularly doing anything in particular together. But I think if you look at the really strong communities that I've been a part of and other people have been a part of, that strength, I think, comes from people that have kind of done things together, whether that's like synchronously at an event doing things together, or in the case of like a programming language community or a mega community, just like collectively participating in this culture of making projects and shipping things. You have to have something that everyone does together and kind of takes part in. And so what can you do together to maybe learn something or build something and be productive, or make something happen if it should change, or just like have fun and meet people? What are you doing as an activity altogether, either synchronously or sort of individually? And then lastly, once you've sort of thought through all of that, you're ready to tackle the question of like, where are you going to be? What's the place that you're all doing this in? And I think this is kind of a big question. And so one question I'd like to ask when I'm thinking about where can you build collective habits? So a lot of what you're going to be doing as a community is kind of building up little habits, like maybe you have an inside joke, or maybe you have this like weekly recurring meeting or weekly recurring call, or maybe you just have like a particular way of doing things about like discussing a particular question or making some kind of change to your process. Where is all that going to be happening? Where is like an ideal place to host those kinds of things? And so I think these questions are kind of good ones to ask and lead community building thinking with. And I've organized the process of going from like, oh, I want to start a community around what I'm building into kind of 4 phases. And so I think at the beginning, you want to not immediately grow. Instead, you want to stay small and kind of have this like beta period, is what I like to think of it, for trying to figure out and exactly nail down your answers to those 4 questions. So you want to start small in the beginning and really focus on collecting a small group of people with whom you can all try to answer those 4 questions around like, who exactly are you? Why exactly are you coming together? What exactly are the things that you're doing together? And obviously, you're not going to be right in all those guesses in the beginning. And so you want to have some small group of trusted people that you can use to kind of figure out exactly what feels right and what feels wrong, and hone in on those exact activities that you're doing together and the places that you're doing together on. So in the beginning, try to really find those like first few fans that you have. If you launched a product hunt and you only got like 8 upvotes, that's okay. Maybe go to those 8 people and see like why they like the product. If you're on GitHub, maybe like your first 8 GitHub stars or like first 8 like pull requests. But try to find those first 10 fans and try to not fall prey to this temptation to like make a chat group or go to some other platform at this stage. Because you can just kind of stay where you are. 10 people is not too much. 8 people is not too much. And you can keep that conversation in an email thread or in a Facebook Messenger group or on GitHub. At this kind of small scale, it's not that difficult to keep the conversation just where you're already talking with other people, because everyone's kind of informally talking to each other anyway. It's kind of like a small friend group. And at this level, you want to get to know other people really well. These are basically going to be your co-conspirators, your like co-builders for the next step in the community. And so when you find these first 10 or first 8 fans, you want to get to know them really well. You want to get close to them and just kind of bond and do things together and get to know them really well to basically end up with this like beta test bed for communities, for your community on what you want to do together, what feels right, what feels wrong, why are you coming together, who are the types of people that we're going to be getting together. And altogether, this adds up to basically create like a proof of concept for what your community is going to be about. Once you feel like you've answered those questions pretty well, you kind of hit the growth phase. So in this phase, there's a lot of ways that you can think about growth, but the way that I like to think about it is you're basically building a bunch of small routines and kind of feedback loops. So when you want to grow, you don't want to think about growing in terms of like selling or marketing. You don't want to have to go out and necessarily recruit every member. Instead, you want to kind of build this flywheel where you're sort of regularly getting together with your community and doing something together, whether it's like going to a meetup or holding a meetup or shipping projects, doing something together that creates all these sort of kinds of artifacts. Maybe it's video recordings at a meetup, or maybe it's like a Twitter thread of what people shipped that week, or maybe it's like a newsletter, or maybe it's like a live stream like this one. But you want to do something that has ideally like some kind of a shareable output component. And then as you create that content and as you kind of share it around with the people around you and the people around other members in your community, other people who might be a good fit for the community can also see that content and think, hey, this kind of looks cool, and maybe I want to go check them out. And so this kind of creates this kind of feedback loop of a community that sells itself by doing these recurring activities. And especially as the community is growing, I think these recurring activities can be kind of great anchor points to say, hey, new person, you came into the community, this is kind of how this works. Like you can do a bunch of things in this community, but the main thing that we do is that, you know, maybe bi-weekly we have this meeting where we talk about XYZ, or on a monthly basis we have a newsletter, and this is like how you participate in the process of like putting something on there. So recurring activities that result in shareable output, I think is a good way to think about this phase. After you grow to some kind of a certain level, you're going to have to start introducing some structure, so your community doesn't just kind of water down and get really chaotic. And so the way to introduce structure, I think, is to think about dividing and splitting your community into smaller subgroups that people can be part of, not to segregate and prevent people from meeting each other, obviously, but more to say, more to make it easier to find people, smaller groups that they can feel more intimate with. So kind of when the community was like that 8 or 10 people, it's really easy to know everybody and feel really comfortable. And I think one pitfall that a lot of large communities fall into naturally as they grow is, without a lot of effort expended into helping people find their kind of roles in this phase, if you just get dumped into like a 600 person or 1,000 person or a 5,000 person Discord community, you don't really know where to go. You feel like you don't really have that sense of intimacy that you do in like an early community, and you can't really find your home. And I think help in that point, noticing people who are maybe giving slightly more to the community or slightly more active and saying, hey, do you want to kind of step up and help us build a community together? And you can be kind of in charge of this part of the community, and I'll be in charge of this part of the community. That kind of delegation and sort of designation of roles in the community, I think, can be really helpful to creating these kind of small subgroups where people can connect with each other on a smaller scale and feel more at home. And then lastly, growing kind of in this last phase, growing really big to have a lot more impact and grow from inside out. So what I mean by inside out is if you look at really, really mature communities that have grown big and done really interesting things, a lot of them are fueled by other people in the community starting and kind of implementing their own things on top of what the community has to offer. So a really great example of this is like large programming language ecosystems where people are not just like writing the language together and building things together, but the stuff that people build, tools for the language, products built with the language, conferences built on the language, these are kind of communities and products in their own right. And so I think the really great product of communities help members build up and implement their own ideas on their own. This is also a good phase to think about questions like, what happens when members leave? Is there a concept of like an alumni in the community or something like that? Or how can they stay in touch with the community after they're not super involved anymore? And then obviously working together with your community leaders and members on a future vision for where the community could be headed. And so that was a lot, but this is a really high-level view of kind of how I think about community and how community might play a role in launching something and building something. I have a lot more thoughts if you want to check it out later on my blog, but this is like a 10,000 feet, 100,000 foot view of how I think about building a community or what you're building. A couple slides on this section. A lot of people like tools and metrics, and so I've really cut this slide short just because of time, but a couple of things that I think are really important around tooling. Some people might be familiar with this term called Eternal September. You can search it on Wikipedia if you aren't. But Eternal September refers to this phenomenon of when there was this forum called Usenet early in the history of the internet, and every September, starting in the early 2000s, a bunch of new students would join because a bunch of new students would like sort of learn about this community and get really excited. And every September, there'd be a bunch of new members flooding the community without kind of any sense of what the community was about or what the values were. And every September, the community got really chaotic because a lot of people enter the community without really getting the community. And then maybe they'd like assimilate a little bit, and then like the next September, the same thing would happen again. And so Eternal September just means there's a lot of people joining all the time without a clear sense of purpose. And that could really take down a community. And I think that happens to any sort of like a click to join tool. So like click to join the Slack community or click to join this Discord community, where there isn't like a way for community members to test things out and see if the community is right for them. Like why would they continue coming back? If they can just join so easily with a click, then I think there's kind of a risk of that happening. And so you want to watch out for that and maybe give people like a way to test something out or give people an out if they don't feel like they belong in the community. Metric-wise, retention is super important. How long are people staying? You don't want people just coming and then leaving through the system. And then I'm going to turn my notifications off if I can. Maybe not. I'll just mute it. And then another interesting metric I think is members to leader conversion. So how many people who come into the community become sort of community leaders, I think is another interesting number to look at. Specifically for Slack, just because a lot of people use it, and sort of for Discord too, because they work in similar ways. These are a couple things that I've thought of. A lot of these pertain to channels, to gaming channels more thoughtfully. Like one is if you just open up a Slack or Discord workspace, they're named, the two default channels are named like general and random, which is like the two most generic words in the English language. Like they could not possibly be more generic, right? But as a community space is somewhere that you want to feel a little more kind of interesting and individualistic and personal. And so I think renaming these channels to like announcements or troubleshooting or lounge or podium or something more unique to your community, I think is useful. Having a great set of emoji. Every Slack community that I'm in, you probably feel this has great emoji, and it actually ends up making a lot of difference if you have that emoji in making your space feel a lot more your own. And using things like pinned messages for rules for different channels, interesting kind of channel ideas, issuing random in favor of like more specific channels. I think all these are interesting tips that have worked well in the Slack communities that I've seen. So that's kind of the lowdown on building with a community. In the last like 5 or 6 minutes, I'm going to give a quick overview on launching with a community. How do you take an idea that you've made and then sort of take the community mindset to launch, have a really successful launch? And the key idea here is that you want to launch to a community, not just a website. So what I mean by that is think about like who are you launching for, or who are you launching to, what's the audience, rather than like where are you launching. And so instead of saying, oh, I'm launching a product on, instead of saying I'm launching on Twitter, think about what part of Twitter are you launching to? Like who are the people that are on the platform who are going to be really excited about what you're building, and then curate what exactly you're saying specifically for kind of that audience. So I've broken down this list into just kind of a list of platforms and what things you might want to try for. And you can go back and check on these later because these are just kind of lists. But the most important place obviously is your landing page, or in my case, a lot of this becomes like your GitHub README, because that used to be a lot of my landing pages. Basically, what is the home base for your product? And many smarter people than I have written about this topic of what should be on your landing page, but here's 4 things that I think sort of kind of stand out in my experience. You want to have a demo, or as close as you can get to it. So if it can't be a real demo, video or GIF or like a series of images, something that can be as close to a demo as possible, I think is always the best thing you can have. And then what's cool about it, not necessarily what's valuable about it, or what problem it solves, which are kind of the intuitive things to reach for. And those are good to have, and you should have them somewhere on the page. But I think if I look back at what things that I've made that really resonated with people and people really loved and love to share, it's not necessarily the most valuable stuff. It's the stuff where there was something cool about it that I could articulate. Like, hey, this is a programming language that reads like a clickbait headline. And that people aren't going to use it. It's not super valuable, but it's just kind of cool conceptually. And I think that's the reason people used it and shared it. And so what's really cool about it? And then where are people talking about it? What are they saying? Testimonials is obviously super effective. And what can you do with it? What are people making with whatever you're building? The next place that you should go to is Twitter. And Twitter, I think the best format to do a launch is kind of a launch thread, which I think these days a lot of people are doing. In my experience, this is kind of my recipe for a Twitter thread is like a first tweet that's a hook, and then the rest of the thread that's kind of a story. And so in this hook tweet in the beginning, you want to have that cool factor of why it's cool, why should you share it, a link to where you want people to go, and then a demo. That's like, you want to cram those into 280 characters, and that's kind of a good recipe. And sometimes with a healthy dose of emoji and line breaks. The best thing that I've heard about Twitter is Sahal Avinya gave a talk once about how to use Twitter effectively, and he said people come to Twitter for dopamine surfing, so be the dopamine dealer, and that's kind of self-explanatory. Be the person that's there and providing sort of cool things that people can share and just interesting ideas. Obviously, you want people to click on the link, but then the next goal is to generate kind of replies or retweets and hopefully discussions. And I think these are the things to keep in mind for launching something on Twitter.
So I have a quick audience question. They'd like to call in and ask you if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, I've been watching this live stream. It's really awesome. Congrats on the launch, David.
Thank you.
It's a really cool remake 2.0. I've been following your journey for a long time, and incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really cool to see what you can build with your platform. I think it's an interesting product between no code and still some kind of coding. Which is asking my girlfriend if she can turn down the volume. Also, turn down the volume. I'm the founder of Riverside, by the way, the platform we're on right now.
Nice.
And I've been watching this conversation, and I have a very concrete question is to you, Linus. Linus, I don't know if I pronounced your name right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. We currently have a Facebook group of community of Riverside users. There's always this debate: where should you host your community? What's your thought on that? Because there are some advantages to both, I would say, but at the same time, it's very hard to change users' behavior. So you have a lot of new apps like Circle.io that basically allow you to build a community. But at the same time, people are very used to using Facebook or Slack. So what's your thought on that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Facebook communities, I think, in particular, is kind of hard because the downside of using Facebook communities, it's not really a place that you can own. Even with Slack and Discord and maybe even certainly Circle, these are places you can really heavily customize and kind of make your own. So you can have your own bots and emojis and stickers and all the stuff and really customize the space and make your own and like integrate your workflows into the space. Facebook groups is a lot more limiting because it's kind of a consumer it a lot, and it just is like the mass of people that are there. That said, depending on the type of community, it's probably quite a tall order to try to migrate. The way that I'd probably think of this question is I would think about what are the ways that Facebook groups what are the ways that it helps you do the things that you do together, and then what are the ways that it gets in the way, and try to weigh those things and see if you can maybe not move the community over necessarily, but for the things where a Facebook group gets in the way, try to find maybe another platform or another way where if people want to do those things together, they can go somewhere else and do that better together. I think it's kind of a mistake to think that a community can sort of be contained by a platform. Maybe a platform is like the home base. Maybe your Facebook group is like the home base. So if you're in this community, this is kind of where everyone hangs out all the time. But a community can also sort of bleed over into other platforms. So there's probably it's possible that there's like a small Riverside user community on Twitter talking about it maybe in the future, or maybe there's like a mailing list also. And I think it's okay to think about for the parts where Facebook is falling short in a few different areas and whatever you're doing together, what's another way to kind of fill that gap? And I think it's okay to think about maybe not jumping to a different platform, but using another tool where there's this gap with Facebook.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Linus, for stopping by and for putting on that like amazing presentation. That was really, really well done. And we really appreciate that a lot. Do you want to?
I know we're short on time.
Sorry? Yeah.
Go on.
I was wondering if you wanted to tell people where they can find you online and like
I'm bouncing off.
Okay, great to see you, Nadav.
Cool. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so I have a slide towards the very end. There's a couple bits that I had on Product Engine Hacker News that you can check out if you. I'll probably put this deck up online later. But this
awesome.
is where I am on socials. My name is Linus. I'm at the Cephist on Twitter, and at thecephist.com/community is where I sort of write about community if you want to read more about kind of what I talked about today. So that's where you can find me.
I am really looking forward to going through those slides because I know for Remake, I definitely want to follow a lot of that advice. I'm actually going to like rewatch, part of this live stream and really think about the why, people would want to come to the community and the types of habits that we want to create in our community and that just like naturally arise, right? I think that's a really intentional way of thinking about things and it gives me a framework for approaching community building. So I really appreciate that a lot.
Awesome. Yeah. Happy to hear and have this conversation.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming, and I will definitely be keeping in touch.
All right. See you, everybody.
See you.
See you.
Hello, Catalin.
Hello. I was a bit early.
Hey, Catalin.
No problem at all. The more the merrier.
Nice to
How's
meet
it
you,
going?
Joe.
So for anyone who doesn't know, Catalin is I can't even say one of, he is the best developer working on Remake right now. His code is very clean. He's very thoughtful and intentional about the code that he writes. It's just been a pleasure to work with him, and he's a very talented developer.
Thank you for the intro, David, but things are not that rose as you present them. I don't know. I don't consider myself a good developer, and if you want, we can fill this slot with this conversation.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want to tell people kind of how, maybe like just briefly about you, like how you got involved maybe in coding or like what your interest in Remake is, or anything else, any other projects you've working on?
For sure. Yeah. I was in high school when I got this question in my mind: how do computers store information on disk, basically? It's worth mentioning that I was studying economics, so I didn't study any technology in high school. And my teacher told me, actually the question was how do computers store numbers? And my teacher told me about the base 2 and how things go there. And I started to do some transformations from decimal to binary. And then the next obvious question was, but how about characters? And then this topic kind of started to become a snowball in my mind, and I started to research more and more. I was in the terminal year of high school, and I kind of decided to go for computer science-based university. So it was like a major change. of my field.
Mhm.
And in the first year, I sucked a lot. Like I was the worst. I didn't even know how to draw like a logic scheme, and everybody knew things like loops and conditions and so on. And I was just, I don't know how I passed those exams, but in the second year, something clicked, something, changed in my mind and in my perception, and I started to enjoy this thing. I started to take exams with like greater grades,
Mhm.
and yeah, I was considering myself a pretty good programmer at that point. But then reality hits back again, and you start a career. And yeah, this is how I mainly got into this world.
Nice.
I had a few jobs, like boring jobs. Then I joined a startup 4 years ago or 5 years ago, something like that.
Mhm.
Then the startup went bankrupt. I started
Oof.
freelancing. Yeah, that's what usually happens to startups.
Hey, we're positive on this stream.
Yeah, we are.
99% of startups succeed.
0.9. And I started freelancing, and I met David. I got the chance to help him build some features on Remake. We stayed in touch, and yeah, this year we started the collaboration again, and we started to work together again.
So people might be surprised to know that even though you've helped me develop a lot of features on top of Remake, including, I think, the entire hosting platform and command line interface, you don't know a lot, or correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you know a ton about how Remake works under the hood. And so today I was hoping that we could go through and just kind of play around with it and design a simple app, and you could, ask some questions. And I can make a fool of myself by showing you how little I understand my own framework, even though I've been working on it for the past year and a half.
Sure. Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay. So do you have an idea for like a simple app that we could build? I think we have. I don't think we'll use the whole time, but I think we have, up to the next 45 minutes or 50 minutes, because I don't think we have another call until, or another guest until 1.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
An idea.
Yeah.
Ooh. Do you have any idea, Joe?
So I messed around with I've been playing with the and the like bookmarklet. What's it called? The digital bookshelf thing.
Yeah.
The reading list thing.
Digital bookshelf. Yeah.
Those are really cool. I thought that something could be in like similar vein, but also like really tightly scoped for a small call like this. Could be like a gift wish list, like birthday wish list or something, because we could do something with your list, editable, sortable, upload a photo for each thing, and even like a link to your local bookstore or whatever. So things like that. That could be something that's pretty simple to get going, I think.
Yeah.
In the 45 minutes or so, if no one has any like real problems to solve, ideas.
Yeah. No, that sounds great.
Cool.
Yeah, sounds good. As long as David is taking the lead.
Yes. So I'll share my screen here. I'm always nervous about like sharing my entire screen,
Notifications off, Gmail hidden, the checklist.
Exactly. Okay, so here we go, sharing my screen, and so I'm starting with a blank note. What do you call this? A text editor, and I have terminal open, and I've just installed Remake. So npm install -g remake. You don't have to install it. You can just run it with npx too. But we're going to just create our Remake app. So this is going to be a birthday gift reminder. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do birthday gift reminder app, and then we can pleasantly Oh, let's get the default starter. We'll probably use some pieces from another one of the apps. But now we can just wait around and talk for a minute while this installs the npm dependencies.
We're getting a fair amount of people in the Twitch. It's exciting.
Ooh, that's awesome. Okay, so we'll drag the app in here, and we'll go back to terminal to just start up our app. We're going to that directory and just do an npm run dev. And hopefully we're not using port 3000. I don't think we are.
And hopefully this works.
Yeah, hopefully this works. Hopefully it's not broken. And so the server hasn't quite started up yet. There we go. Okay. And this is our very, very simple app. And let's sign up for an account so that we're logged in on. You can. Might be more.
I can take care of the chat, David, and let you know.
Yeah. Okay. 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 So let's see. We've got the pages, and this is the main page we want to look at. It's the app index. This is where the app usually lives, and we can just as a quick example, we'll go to the docs page and just copy the example app to just show how we can create like a really simple remake app. So now we can add a to-do. We can edit these to-dos. And if we refresh the page, they're persistent. And so now every user will get their own version of this app. And it's just like a really simple to-do list. And we're already like pretty close. Now,
Hey, David, I'm going to
Yeah.
interrupt. Can you make your screen bigger on the stream? You can only see it in the 1/4 of the screen.
Yeah, I was actually trying to figure out how to do that. If anyone has any ideas, I mean, I can kick these guys, you know, but no, I really don't know how to do it.
Okay.
I tried to enlarge this one. No, I'm using riverside.fm. I can ask the creator on the screen take up the whole video. Well, yeah, no, I don't think we have another option than that. Maybe settings, recording audio and video. Audio and video. No. I mean, like I tried clicking this like plus button, see, so I can make like one larger, one smaller.
Mm.
Oh, so he says that that should work if I click on the plus button. But I guess
Twitch,
maybe not.
Yeah, the Twitch stream is just all for
chatting. Just make the font size bigger. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. So there's actually, if someone doesn't know, there's a setting in Sublime Text that I just love. You can do a UI scale, and we'll just set that to 2, and then open up Sublime Text again, and my whole UI will be twice as big.
nice.
Is that better? Can you guys see that? I think that should probably be good. I could make it even bigger if that helps. Okay, so we.
And
Yep.
I think we should go like a few steps back in case people didn't see all the steps that you've done.
That makes sense.
Because it happened so fast.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to explain all this code, but basically we installed remake. So we ran npm install -g remake, and we said remake create, and then we named our app. Then we chose the starter template that we wanted, and we're just using the default blank starter. Thanks to Catalan, actually, he implemented starters recently. And then we went into the directory of our app and ran the server. And hopefully, for anyone watching this and worried that remake is this super technical framework because you have to do this, we're hoping to replace this with a simpler flow soon that you can just access online. But also, this is the most complicated thing you should have to do when you're setting up Remake. Once you have done these steps, you should be set for just editing HTML and CSS from here on out, and maybe a little JavaScript if you want to do something a little bit custom. So then once that happened, we got a starter template in our app index. And the app index is where our main app lives. That's like the front page or the dashboard of your user's app. So like if you're creating like a Trello clone, this is where you would list all of your boards, right? So the user would log in, they would see all of their boards. And then they could click into them, and that would go to separate pages. But for this example, we're just going to build all of the app in this one page. And what I did is just to show how Remake works, I went to the documentation page. I went to the simple example app. I just copied and pasted this right into my app index .hbs file, and I got a working to-do app that is persistent, right? So I can edit these to-dos, and they save, and they're going to save to my current user count. So like if I go to this URL in an incognito browser, it's still going to be the same data, even though I'm not even logged in. So I can share my URL with other people as well. So that's the power of Remake, and I'll take you through how it accomplishes all of that. Okay, so let's go through some of the code. And you guys can ask questions as I go along. So first, let's just start off with this. So this is pretty familiar. You have a div element, and that's just regular HTML. And then you have this special tag called object. And this tag will tell Remake to convert this element into an object when it saves the page. And an object, if you don't know, is referring to a JSON object. So it's just a very simple way of storing data where you might have a value and then a label for that value. So the next thing we're going to do is go into the next line, which is the array line. I'll just delete the rest of that now. So array is, again, a data structure in JSON. It's a way of storing lists of values. So objects are ways to label and then label values, and then arrays, you can put basically objects inside of them, and then you have a list of objects. And here, what we're doing is we're just labeling this array inside of the parent object as being to-do. So when Remake saves this page, what it's going to look like, and this syntax will be a little unfamiliar to you if you're not familiar with JavaScript or JSON, but basically it's just going to be like to-dos with quotes around it, and I don't have to complicate it. It can just be to-dos, and it's going to be a list. And so this list can have multiple items in it, 1, 2, 3. But right now, it's just a list of items, and this is the label, and this is the value inside of this parent object. And that's what these curly braces mean. It means it's an object. This sortable attribute we'll get to later. Let's kind of go through the next steps. So before we go through the for loop, we actually have to figure out how we're going to actually save data. So let's look at the next element inside of this. So this is, again, an object. And like I said, you can store multiple objects inside of an array. And we're going to have a key, what's called a key value pair here. And what a key value pair is very simple. It's just you have a label and a value. And what you're telling Remake here is that your label, or your key, is going to be called text. And then your value is going to be equal to this command. And this command, so you could also just have like a plain value in here. And if you did that, what this would create is this, and then an object inside of here. And then you'd have, what do we call it, text. and then you'd have that random string inside of here. So that's like the simplest way of using remake. You just set the key directly to the value that you want it to be. But there's another way of doing it, is to give it a command. And so here we're giving it the inner text command. Hello, Antonia. Welcome to the chat. How's it going? We're giving a command to look inside the current element for the value that this key is going to get. And so it's going to look at the inner text of this list item. And then this final attribute on this element, this final remake attribute, is going to tell remake that we want to make this element editable, so that by clicking on it, it's going to pop up an edit overlay for editing the text attribute. So if we just save this without the for loop or anything else, and we refresh, we're going to get that one to-do item, and we're going to be able to edit it and save it. But when we refresh the page, we're going to go back to new to-do item. And that's because we're not actually rendering the data that we're saving. So we can look into our user database, and we have my user data, and we can ignore this ID, it doesn't matter. But it's just the same structure that I was showing you over here, right? We have to-dos, and then we have a list. And then inside that list, we have an object. And we're not actually rendering that here because we're not like looping through the array and then displaying it. So for that, we need the for loop. So here, all this is telling remake is hey, you know that top level variable that you have in the object called to-dos? I want you to loop through that, name each one of those items to do, and then just give me the results so that I can access them inside the loop. Do I use any Sublime packages for HBS files? I think I just use, well, let's see, package, how do I, package? Yeah, I do. It's just called handlebars. It's from a while ago. Obviously, it doesn't have the remake syntax highlighting. That will be coming. That will be coming soon. Soon, you know. But yeah, hopefully, I'll be able to create something like that. I already did it for the recipes page. Okay, so so where was I? We're going to loop through the to-dos, and then we're going to render each to-do text inside of here. And normally, that would just look like this for handlebars. We'll just have to-do.text. However, we want to fall back to something if remake doesn't have this data yet. So for example, if we're creating a new to-do, remake isn't going to have the to-do.text data yet, right? Because it's a new to-do. So we can use this helper that comes with the built-in handlebars helpers for remake called default. And that's going to use this value if it finds it, but then fall back to this value. And so all of that put together, we get, you know, a to-do list that renders itself, but we don't have the ability to add new items. And so remake adds this one last concept to this application, which is the new attribute. And so new colon and then to-do. And this handles all the behavior that you see here with being able to add a new to-do and have that item text default to the new to-do item. And the way remake does that is pretty cool. Remake scans the page for any templates that match this this key that you pass in, or this variable that you pass in. And so it's going to look for any to-do templates. And it will look in various folders, like the partials folder, but we don't have anything in there. But it will also look inside of for loops. And inside this for loop, we have a to-do item right here. And so remake was actually going to just pluck this template right out from inside that for loop and say, oh, okay, that's what you want me to do when you click this button that has the new instruction on it. You want me to grab the template for to-do, which we have right inside of this for loop because we named this template. with the for loop. And we're going to render this as best as we can. And so remake's going to fall back to the new to-do item. And then we're going to insert it where we think appropriate. And by default, remake just looks for the closest array and then inserts a new item into there. But you can also pass in a custom selector here, right? So if you wanted to pass in, some class name, you could, please don't embarrass me, remake. But yeah, you could also do it like this, and then attributes here, or attributes here, and hopefully that'll work. Now, if we add to-dos, we're getting them in that list instead. Now, of course, you won't want that because then your to-dos are going to be inside of this element, and they wouldn't be saved inside of this array, right? Because the way remake works is it's going to look at the structure of your page, and it's going to convert it into data. So if you add, these new to-do items to this element, remake doesn't actually remake can't compile that data because it's not inside, of an object or array. Okay, so that's a little mini tutorial about how this app works. Do you guys have any questions? I know you're both fairly new to remake.
I would.
I know that was a lot.
Dare to ask.
A lot to cover too.
I would dare to ask how easy it is to maybe start renaming stuff, because it's easy to start from this example with to-dos, but in our case, we were building something about gifts.
Yeah.
So maybe let's see how much it takes to refactor code.
Yeah.
In a real case scenario.
Okay. So let's put
David, for this, just like before we go into changing anything, I just have some questions on how the remake syntax and what the different characters and stuff mean. So
yeah,
I see that there's in the code example you have object, and you said that's that represents a JSON object, and that's totally custom to remake. The object doesn't exist in the HTML spec or anything, right?
Yeah.
And then I see array and key to do sortable, and then there's the curly braces are part of handlebars. What do the actual curly braces mean versus actual a key in an HTML field?
What do these curly braces mean as opposed to what? As opposed to this or this?
Yeah.
So curly braces means that we're letting handlebars take over. So remake doesn't actually handle a lot of the rendering work. So when you have a template, so when you have a dynamic application, you need to have different data for every user, and then a way to display that in a template, right? So if you think about a WordPress template, you could use the same WordPress template for 100 different customers or 100 different users, but they would all look different. And so handlebars is a way of doing that, right? You're going to have one template, but it's going to look different for all of your users because they're going to arrange that data differently, or they're going to fill out the template differently. So whenever you see these curly braces, it means that handlebars is taking over the rendering, and it's doing something dynamic with the data. So it's it's rendering multiple items in your data, or it's rendering a specific piece of data, or there's also if statements, so you can render data conditionally, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe you might not want to render some data if the user isn't logged in or something like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I've used handlebars very little, so it's interesting to see where the handlebars templating engine ends and remake begins.
So the ideal, and I don't say this lightly, the ideal and the goal and the way we're heading is remake is going to need to render itself. Handlebars is confusing. It's another technology you have to learn. And if I gave you this template there's no reason why Remake wouldn't be able to figure out how to render itself just from this, right? Because it knows that this is an array, it knows that it's under the keys to dos, so it knows that it has to render this multiple times. So handlebars, in a lot of cases, is just this like extra appendage that isn't strictly necessary, but also the way Remake works right now makes it okay, and it integrates. And also the nice thing about this, the nice thing about Remake not rendering itself is that you can also use it in other contexts. So the front-end library of Remake, you can actually extract it and use it with something else, and maybe in the future we'll have it integrate with something like Firebase or JSX, right? So you don't necessarily need to use the templating library that you have here.
Cool. That's super helpful.
Sorry if I went too deep. But yeah, so should we start working on the gift list, or do you guys have any other questions? So someone asked, do I have cheat sheets for handlebars? So if you search for like handlebars .js cheat sheet, you'll get something really good. And the handlebars documentation is actually like pretty outstanding. But like this is a great cheat sheet here, and you could probably find something even more up to date as well. Okay, so let's dig in. So we want the GIF list. We want to be able to, Joe, you said upload files, link to the GIF registry, have the name of the person you're getting the GIF for, and then the name of the GIF. The gift. Is that right?
That's a good start, I think.
Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, let's start from scratch. So we're going to just start with an empty page. And the first thing I always like to do is just wrap my page in an object, because objects are really flexible to work with. Like I was saying before, they're just labels and values, and so you can like put any data you want in there and then label it however you want, and then it's just going to be more flexible to work with in the future. So we'll start out with that. And is there any kind of like high level data you think we'll need like across the whole app?
Maybe like
probably the list of things that we want to gather.
But, yep, definitely the list. Maybe like the gift list name.
Like the
So we can attach a key to this object, and we'll just call it like gift list name. And we want this to be set to the value in here. And the way Remake does that, since we can't do like a directive like inner text, because it's not the inner text of this element, it's the inner text of this element. We have to go searching for it, and then we just need to find a matching target here. And so we'll just put in gift list name, match that, and now Remake's going to know that the value of this top level data is going to be in here. And if you're curious, well, why not just attach this directly here? You could do that, absolutely. But just in general, it's nice to have keys attached as high as possible in Remake, so then they can affect the rest of the page. Because the way Remake works is any element that has a key and value on it can be used throughout the rest of the page, as long as the place you're using them is inside of where that key was defined.
So the target stuff is kind of like quasi CSS selector, or is it just like is search look for an absolute target?
Yeah, it's just an exact match of what the key is. Yeah. So far we have this. We can't actually edit the gift list yet, but with Remake that's pretty simple to do. All we have to do is add an edit attribute, and Remake's going to handle adding the editable popover, the editable overlay. And we just have to, again, just match that to the key. And it's important that also the edit attribute is inside of the key. It could also be on the same element. So, if you did attach the key here, this would also work. But we're just going to say edit giftless name and refresh. And now we're going to be able to edit this. Now, there's one small problem left, which is, this is going to save, right? So if I say awesome gift list, and then I save it, and I look into our database, I guess, yeah, let's get rid of our to-dos from before. So we have giftless name, but if I refresh the page, that's not going to show up. And that's because we're not rendering it yet. And like I said before, Remake will be able to render itself in the future. But right now, it's not too much of a hassle to just replace this with gift list name. And this is just automatically converted into camel case because that's the way that JSON is supposed to be stored. You always want to camel case the name. So whatever you have here dash cased, we just want to use the equivalent camel case, which is just deleting the dashes and then uppercasing the next letter.
I was always taught that that's called kebab case.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because it looks like a kebab with the missing spaces in between pieces of meat and vegetables.
Nice. Yeah, so then we have a very small mini working web app where people can log in and edit the title of this page and then share it.
David, I feel like you glossed over something, a little bit of magic there, like that you have this david.json file.
Yes.
And that was just created based on your user account, and when you said go to the database, you literally meant I'm going to open the JSON file that is the database for this user.
Right, exactly.
It's not SQLite, it's not Postgres, it's whatever, it's JSON powered, and it's a flat file. That's pretty crazy. So, me being naive in Remake still, if you edit this file and refresh the page, I'm assuming if this is now David's gift list.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Dan, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so that's mostly just to support the ease of use of Remake. So the idea that Remake is, that HTML is converted into JSON, and then you're using that same JSON to render the page back. That concept's super core and important to Remake. And to get people to understand that is kind of my main goal. So, in terms of usability, in terms of, the developer experience, it's really important that we always have a really, really easy, straightforward way to see the data and to see how that's going to match up to your HTML. Of course, we can, do lots of things to scale the database, and add a real database behind the scenes, but there will always be, a very simple way to edit the data. JSON file is created for every user that signs up and logs in. And it matches their username, and it has all of their app data. And there's also this matching user details file for them, which contains a hash and salt of their password. So it's very secure as far as implementing secure user accounts goes. But it gives them a real user account. They're logging into a real app with a real user account. And if you deploy this to the Remake hosting service, you can back up all of this data as well as all of your uploads and in fact your entire app by just running the Remake backup command inside of your app directory. Okay, so it's 12:39. I feel like we should maybe spend maybe 10 more minutes on this, and then we can kind of chat a little bit. Are you guys still there?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay,
Sounds
cool.
good.
So we need a list of things. So the next thing we're going to do is, so W Preston asked about styling it. I don't think we're going to get to that right now. If you do, yes, it would absolutely work with Tailwind. So you can integrate Bootstrap, Tailwind. Remake doesn't really care as long as your CSS ends up in this folder, in this directory. So you just have to configure your tool to output the CSS there. So the next thing we're going to need is a list of GIFs. So we're going to create a div, and when we want a list, we automatically think array, because that's the corresponding data structure. And we're going to just label that. So we're going to have key equals GIFs. So now if we re-render this page, I'm going to show you something that might be a tiny bit counterintuitive at first. So I'm re-rendering this page, and if I go into my database, I don't have my list of GIFs. And what's happening there? Like, why, I have this array, I have this key. Why didn't I get my, my array? Well, Remake only converts your HTML into JSON when it's saving the page. So you actually have to trigger a save before you get that GIFs. So just so you're aware of, if you're worried something went wrong with your app or something, it's not you. Remake is just not going to save the data unless something is being edited. So next we're going to want some GIFs in here, and I want to really get to, I think, file uploading if we can. I think the rest of the things are kind of easier, but I think it'd be kind of cool if we got to file uploading. So we're going to have an object represent each gift because we're going to want a bunch of different labels attached to that gift, labels and values. So if we just do this, let's actually just have a div that's labeled an object, and let's edit the page and see what kind of data we get. So right away we have this little object inside of the array. And you guys can feel free to chime in with any questions at any point. The next thing we're going to do is just add a name to the gift. And we're just going to set this to, I think, the inner text. Yeah, I'm already thinking that's going to be a problem, but that's OK. And we've seen this pattern before where we have a default value. So we're going to say, gift dot name, and then we're going to say, my gift. And we saw before with the To-Do app, this is fine, but this isn't actually going to render your gifts unless you render each item. So we just need a for loop here to go through those items, and we're just going to say gift in gifts, and that's going to give a lot of power to Remake by doing that. So we'll say for, and now we have my gift, and I can't edit it yet. I just tried clicking on it. I'm just used to how easy Remake makes it, but we just need to say edit name. And now if I refresh, I can now edit this gift, and I can say buy a horse for my daughter. Okay, cool. And now that's saving to a real database. You can see it here. And when Remake is rendering the page, it's looping through those GIFs and displaying each one. And it's displaying them right in here inside of the inner text. So when Remake goes to save that page, that data, it's going to label that with name. So every time this changes, that's just going to be automatically synced back to the database in exactly the right spot.
Is there ever a time where you wouldn't use inner text?
Yes, so you can use any HTML property. You can use source. We're actually going to use it because we're going to probably attach images to each of these GIFs.
Good
use
segue.
source.
Let's do
you
it.
can use href.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, you can use any valid HTML property. These are all of them here. So ID, class name, type, source, href value, checked, inner text, inner HTML, style, title, alt, form, placeholder.
Nice.
And if you can think of any other ones, let me know and I'll add them to that list. So here, yeah, so we have inner text for now. Now the problem with this is that now each gift has a name, which is great, but we also want it to have an image. And so the problem here is that, let's say we add another key called like image, and we want to set this to a value. There's no like image element in here to get it from, or file input to set it on. So what we want to do is actually we're going to cut this text, and we're going to just make another element for the name. We're just going to have div, and we're actually going to say target name equals inner text, and we'll paste that in there. And we're going to just put a search on here. So that this is going to search for its value inside of itself. It's going to find the matching target, and then it's going to use the inner text to grab its value. And so now this should still work. And it does. And it syncs the same way because we have the data attached to the same spot, right? It's just still on the object. We're just looking inside of a different element for the final value. So now we can create a separate image file. So Flipcoder asks, what method would you use to transform text between the way it's stored and the way it's displayed? Like if the user types a domain name, would you turn it into a link when they hit enter? So that's a good question. We're going to see how to do that with image source right now. So because we're going to turn text into an image, and it would be the same way with a link, actually. Okay, so we have image source, and we need a way to upload to that as well. So let's just add a file input here, and you can style this. If I did a lot of searching about this last night, actually, but custom file input. Yeah, it's actually really a pain to do well. But if you go to this Timpanis website, they have a really great guide on how to do it, and they just walk you through it step by step, and it's very accessible, and there's keyboard navigation. I'm sure you could also find a JavaScript library for doing this pretty easily too. But yeah, we'll just say, for now, we're just going to display it in line. And we'll do type file, and we have image source, and this is going to be set to our gift.image. And it's set to gift.image because that's the key that we're using here. So now we have to connect the pieces. So any guesses as to the directive we're going to pass in here? That's a tough question, I know.
SRC? I don't know.
What'd you say?
SRC, source?
Source. So that's a very good good guess. So the clue is that we're not wanting to attach the data directly to this object. We want to actually go looking for it.
We're still searching?
Yeah, exactly. So we want to just search inside of this because it's not an attribute directly on this div. It's inside of this div on this image. So we're going to search for it, and then we can just say target :image, and so that tells Remake, hey, you're looking for the value of this key called image. There it is. You found it. Target equals image, and now we can just do at source, which is where Catalan's answer comes in.
That's cool.
And then we need one more piece to hook this up, which is to be able to change this. And Remake comes with a built-in update attribute that works on almost any type of element. And all you have to do is pass it in a key and a value. And so we're going to just do update image. And if I am not mistaken, I think this is a fully working upload, just like that. So this is going to search up the page, including on the current element, for a key that matches this. And whenever this input changes, it's going to get the resulting file, and it's going to insert it into this key. This key is going to say, oh, we're actually not storing it right inside of this attribute. We're going to go searching for it. So it's going to search inside of itself, and it's going to find the target, and then it's going to set the source on this image.
Quick question here. In theory,
yeah,
we should be able to go like as many levels deep as we want.
Yes, yes, you can have unlimited levels of nesting. Yes, and you can even have like a certain level represent a totally different page.
But the default behavior would be to search like within the childs of the specific element where you set the targets.
Oh yes, always it's going to search inside of itself. Yes, always.
Okay.
And it's never going to search outside of itself because that gets way too complicated. That gets really complicated. So if you do want it to search outside of itself, the secret is just move that. That's more global data, right? You want to move that to the top level object at that point.
Cool.
So let's see if this actually works and if I'm not just making stuff up. Okay, so we're gonna choose a file. So what happened there? So that's because I have edit up here on this div. So let's see how quickly we can just like change that behavior. We'll just add the edit down to the GIF name. So now if I click on the GIF name, I get the edit, but now if I click on choose file, I don't because I'm not in the same thing. Okay, so now we're gonna get, I guess, some kind of image. Here we go. This is the founder's plan. And boom, we got this nice uploading indicator, and it added the image right in here. Of course, we can style the image, how we want it to be styled. But if we refresh the page, this is a working upload. And, Remake did all of the backend work. It handled the file upload. It showed your user, an upload indicator. And all you're going to have to do is style the page. And it can be, and that's a benefit of Remake. The reason I made it is because I wanted to have custom web apps that I designed, but have the functionality taken care of with these kind of lightweight, primitive concepts, right? Of just like, hey, label this data. Hey, put this data inside of a list, right? Make this data editable. When this file changes, give me back the URL that you uploaded, and then insert it into a key, and label that data. And you'll see here, we get back localhost uploads, and then some random file name. So we're getting like Remake's doing all of that work for us. It's uploading it to this directory. If we look in the user's data folder, that file is in there. This is the same file. Remake's doing that. It's adding it to my user account. It's naming the file for me so that it doesn't overwrite any other files, and then it's just handing that file name back to me, that URL back to me, and then I can just insert it right into the page. And of course, I guess just to finish up, so right after this array, we can have a new button. So we're going to say like add new gift, and this is pretty simple to do. All we have to do is just say new gift, and now at the bottom of the page I have this add new gift, and I can add multiple, and I can rename them. And of course it's not styled, right? So it doesn't look good, but like you just add something like Bootstrap on top of this, it's going to be great. And I can upload another file, and I get another gift image here of gift that I want to buy for my wife.
Yeah, and it's under 50 lines of code.
Yeah, exactly. It's 32 lines of HTML. And I want to say actually one more cool benefit of Remake is since a lot of the state is stored in the DOM, since you have array and object, and you're already like naming these things, and you're storing the actual like strings and names in the DOM, you can use that to style your page. And so it provides this dual context of you're building your page like a state machine, right? Like, sorry, that's a little bit of advance of a word, but like basically your data is represented in your front end. And so you can just style your page, freely using that. And it's a pretty natural way of doing things.
Yep.
And all of the functionality is just right in front of you, right? You don't have to go into a separate backend folder. Can you add constraints to user input to limit what can be entered? So that's a great question. For right now, you can only do that on the front end, but we're going to have backend hooks so that you can, control how templates are rendered, control how input is validated, and stuff like that. But yeah, right now you would be limited to, front-end validation, and that's actually forget what you pass in here, but you pass in. It's like something like. So like make sure it's an image. I forget what it is. But anyways, you can pass in something like, file type equals, image / and then it will only let you pick out images when you're browsing.
Yeah.
And
and another point here is that you could use the validation tools provided by HTML.
Yes.
And yeah, you don't have to learn a new technology.
Right.
Validation.
And it's part of actually Remake's strategy is that we're trusting the user. The user owns their data and they have their own database that's separate from everyone else, and they have their own pages. So if the user does want to bypass your user validation, for Remake at least, in like the ethos it was built on, is that that's your user's data. This is their page. Now, if you do want to build something, more specific or more secure, of course, Remake wants to be able to support that too. And like I said, we will add more advanced server validation in the future. Okay, so any questions or any, I think especially any questions from the audience. I do want to repost this call.
Yeah, somebody mentioned something about like a nested to-do list. We already have an example on the website.
Yeah.
We call it a Kanban board because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's already styled, and it can also be used as a starter to start a project from there.
Yeah, exactly. So we have the Kanban, and then if you wanted to actually have multiple Kanban boards, that's possible too. For that, you would want to look into Remake's unique ID functionality. You can do that very easily. If you want to do that Flipcoder just asked about unlimited levels of nesting data, and you can definitely do that on one page. It's super easy to do with Remake. All you have to do is keep nesting arrays and objects, and it's going to work just like JSON. If you want to spread that data across multiple pages, you're going to want to look into Remake's ability to generate unique IDs for you. And that's going to attach a unique ID to every object in your data, and then you can pass that ID into the URL, and it's going to let you render and save to that particular object in your database. I posted a call-in link. If anyone wants to call into the chat and share their video, we can, answer any of your questions. We do have Stefan coming up in a couple minutes. Or you could just paste a text question in the chat if you want. Stefan.
Magic.
Hey, how's it going? you filled the gap of the awkward silence like right away. Perfect.
Excellent. I hear my name mentioned, and there I am. I just pop up.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you. I can introduce you a little bit, but I actually don't know super much about your past projects. I know your current project is Talk to Stefan, You have a service for, I think, particularly founders to talk through their issues, and it's really like a listening service. So it's not like you're giving advice, you're more asking them questions and letting them figure things out for themselves. I've used it several times, and I would highly recommend it for founders, because being a founder can be really lonely and confusing. And just being able to have someone validate, what you're going through and ask deeper questions about it can just be like a really like nurturing and great way to talk through things. So yeah, I also want to have you talk through, what you do and maybe some past projects or current projects that you're working on. Just let the audience know what you're doing.
Sure, yeah. So as you say, it's been a bit of a mix over the years. There's a few different things that have gone on. I think you've done great justice in explaining what I'm working on at the moment. And yeah, this was really a service where I decided to go back to basics and sort of start to question, where do I feel my skills lie? Where do I feel my values lie? What stuff that I've done over and over throughout the years, whether it's in a work capacity, whether it's outside of work, and how can I really bring those to a business? And that's when, looking back, there's always been a sort of care-based element to a lot of things that I've done. So going back to, I originally trained as a physiotherapist, worked in a hospital and in a few different private healthcare settings. And so there's been this sort of care and health element from there. Volunteered with a number of charities as well that are working with highly distressed people. Currently working with a charity who are supporting suicidal people. And the support there is focused entirely around listening, asking questions and supporting people that way. And they find that it's highly, highly effective for people that are in that position. There are endless services out there where people are telling you what to do, how to do it, and, pushing you in a certain direction. But to give people the space to talk, we live in a world where people are constantly posting, sharing, there's so much talk. And so to actually have the time to be heard and to offload what you're thinking, I thought, let's combine sort of experience of working in startups, where I've typically been sort of right hand to a CEO. Also the sort of experience of launching my own products as well over the years. Let's combine that with this sort of listening experience, put the two together, and actually here's a service that we can try and support fans in a way that they may have experienced before, but might be slightly different.
I want to show the listeners like a quick demo right now. Like we can just do like a series of like 2 or 3 questions.
Sure. I think, it would be really interesting to reflect on this day. Obviously, it's been a big, huge build-up for you. So how have things gone compared to how you thought they would go?
Things have gone really, really nicely. I've received a ton of support from the community. I don't know. I think I want to go back to like focusing like a year ago. I was very just focused on like success. Like I was just like, I need to be successful. I want to be successful. I want to put something out there that people, love and, vote up. And over the last year, my perspective has changed a lot more to like, how can I provide value to people, right? How am I actively giving back to the community, connecting with people? No, I wouldn't like really describe it as audience building. I think I've gained more followers than I ever have, before, but like, it's really honestly just more about like the attitude I'm going into it with, right? Am I giving something valuable back to the community? And I think about that with every post now, whereas before I think I was just thinking, oh, I just have to give this one thing, right? It can just be this like one thing at the end of the day, and I just post it and I get a bunch of upvotes. But I think it's more about the whole process and not being so much about, the self-promotion.
And how do you feel that's gone in terms of today specifically? Obviously, today's been a big day in terms of lots of talk around Remake and the big launch party, so to speak.
Yeah.
How do you feel that today specifically has gone?
So to be honest, I'm nervous. It's a lot of work, to put into Remake, but when you're talking about building a web development platform, that's something that's really quite, complex to do well. And so I'm just hoping that I got the concepts right, that everything's working for people, that things are going smoothly for people. I need to obviously continue improving the documentation and, supporting people and answering questions. So far, I really love what's happening. And it's just, it's great to just be, I guess celebrated, it's kind of cool to just have that results happen, because it's like what I've, wanted for a while. I've launched like 2 products before, and they both didn't do well. The only product I launched successfully on Product Hunt, other than this one, someone else launched it for me. So, and it was without me even knowing. So it feels really, really cool to actually have set an intention and then have something actually go well.
Excellent. So you're feeling it's gone well. And what are you measuring today by what looks like a really good day for you?
So yeah, I think that's a great question. So before I would have said definitely Product Hunt votes, definitely likes and retweets. Now I think it's still that, right? Like I care about that stuff, absolutely. But I set up this live stream in particular just so I could relax on my launch day, right? I could just hang out with people I enjoy and not be so focused to just pressing Command R on the Product Hunt website. Because I think that's, it's healthy to participate in that activity
Sure.
and answer people's questions and kind of, continue giving back to the community. But I think, it's okay to wait too, you can give it a few hours, and I don't think it's healthy to just be kind of glued to that, kind of, and I've done, I say that as someone who's done it over and over again. Every time I post something on Reddit or Hacker News, I'm just there refreshing the page. So I intentionally set this up to to stop me from doing that and to have something else that was more nurturing to focus on.
Excellent. Sounds like it's been a good day overall.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. So that's a small preview, everyone who's watching, of what Stefan can do for you. He'll take you through these questions and go actually pretty deep, deeper than we just went. And you'll really kind of discover how you feel. And I think that's the most magical thing about what Stefan does, is that, we go through day by day and we don't really, check in that often, or when we check in, it's in a really kind of shallow way. So I think it's really cool to have, to validate your own feelings and to kind of just figure them out, because you might not even know, that you were feeling a certain way before you talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And particularly on the point of reflection, it's so easy to just keep going. As you say, we set these sort of launch dates. We have these times where things need to be delivered at certain times. But when do we actually stop and think, okay, how have things gone? How are things going? It's so easy to run in autopilot, but so difficult to actually make measured moves. So yeah, it's really just working to try and help people get into that sort of mode.
Absolutely. So Joe or Catalin, do you have any questions for Stefan and what he does or his journey?
I apologize. I missed the beginning and the intro. I had my insurance provider called, and it was very urgent that they had to talk to me, of course, as it always is. Yeah. So, I've been following you for a while through, Weekend Club and stuff. It's been really exciting to see how, Talk to Stefan has grown. I remember one of the first questions you asked when you posted about it was is talktostefan.com, is that too niche? Is it too focused in on talking to me as a person that's not scalable? And I love that we all kind of talked about it a little bit and said, that's kind of what you're offering. You're offering a non-scalable service. You can't scale you. And you can get more people that do different things that are unique to them, but you can't scale what your service is, what you are providing as a human. And I find so much value in that, because a lot of what we do today is optimizing or scaling or 10xing stuff that and we lose touch. We lose the white glove approach and all that everything. And I'd love to hear like how that's going for you. Like, where do you see that business model going? Because it does have a cap. Like, there is a certain, unless you keep charging more and more and more and more, you become to the point where like 1 hour in is X amount of dollars. There's no way to really make more out of that. Are you looking to productize your service? Are you looking to bring on more Steffens? Is it more to, bring on more talktojoe.com? Like, I'd love to hear how you're looking at that. And more importantly, if you even are, like, is that even something that matters to you? Or is it more of, this is what I like, and I just want to fine tune the hell out of this and make it perfect,
Great question. And I love that you picked up on that final point there of, do I actually need to scale? Because I think that is such a big question, and a question that's often overlooked. So this is something that I'm thinking through at the moment, and it's something that my thoughts are in sort of the early stages. And I think that the challenge here is that when you've worked in technology and you've seen technology, you're so used to the concept of scale and the fact that one thing can be deployed and it can go massive without, human input. So to actually work in the sort of reverse way and to go back into a single person brand where my name is literally above the door, so to speak, it's a really difficult thing to consider. So I think that my thoughts at the moment are that I enjoy what I'm doing right now in the sessions that I've done so far. So the focus is on how can I reach more people and support more founders in that way. That said, I keep an eye to the future. And in terms of where that's looking, I think it's a mixed bag at the moment. I think there are so many different opportunities. What I can't deliver is me sat there listening and asking questions. But if you start to sort of abstract different parts of that, and you maybe look at, well, how about the concept of supporting founders? Which other ways can that be delivered? How else can you support a founder? What else can you do for them? And, how do they currently access support, and what are the other ways that you could access support? That's when you start to see the idea of, okay, well, there's things like journaling. So yes, there's lots of journaling tools out there, but what we write in our journals kind of gets lost and left. What about if somebody is following up and asking questions about what you've written and what you've offloaded? Or what about if somebody is asking prompts about how has your day been, what have you been focused on, what have you been doing this week? How does that fit into the bigger picture? And somebody's actually asking you things to write about. So then you start to look at like the asynchronous kind of formats. And then there's the other aspect to it of, running a service-based business, and where sort of is a time for money type business. You then look at, well, what are the challenges of that? Well, getting clients, dealing with online booking of appointments, dealing with sort of feedback and reviews and referrals. Yeah. Other systems that are out there, do they actually work really well? So I think that's another interesting area to explore, and all of the sort of infrastructure around running a business like that. So I think the short answer is I don't know, but the the options I think are pretty endless.
Yeah, that's super exciting. It's like, you don't want to scale too early, of course, but also like what you touched on right at the beginning, is even scaling the question. Is it how? It's the if almost. So I love that a lot. Talking of like, you've launched this now. It's Talk to Steffen's been around for a few months at this point, right?
Just over a month. Yeah.
Just wow, it feels like a lot longer.
So, yeah.
In a good way. What from? I know you have a lot of other products that you've launched or tried to launch in the past. What have you learned after launching Talk to Steffen that you wish you had learned earlier or beforehand, or that you didn't learn from launching some of your other products?
Interesting. So I guess taking it back a little bit, things that I've worked on previously have been around the software space. A number of years back, Salon Software, so sort of booking system and diary system for hair and beauty salons. Didn't get any real traction with that. A few salons were using it in sort of trial stages, but ended up selling it on to somebody who was planning to use it. That was back a number of years ago. We're probably talking anywhere from sort of 5 to 10 years ago. And back then, it was much more about just doing whatever felt right. There was no sort of considered approach. It wasn't part of the indie hacker world. There's much less talk about sort of launches and customer development and, all of those sorts of things, and actually speaking to users and finding out what they really need. So it was much more sort of guesswork. More recently, prior to COVID, I was working on sort of allergy menus for the restaurant industry and hospitality industry. So as a mobile formatted menu for a restaurant or hospitality venue so they could display their allergen information. With COVID hitting, obviously that's taken a huge pause whilst the restaurant industry is going through a really difficult time. And again, I think that, years ago, the build it and they will come mentality was there. Now everybody's talking about it. We know that it's not the case.
Yeah.
An audience can help, but it's no guarantee. So yeah, I think that's one major lesson. The other one, whilst we're in the middle of a launch event for Remake, it's bad to be saying this, but just one-off launch events, I think, they're great for that period of time, but you've always got the question of what's going to happen after. It is we're in it for the long haul. If this is a 5-10 year, whatever plus project, one day is good, but it's not going to be the sort of lifeline. So I think clinging on to one-off events is difficult, but obviously it's important for the day, but yeah, in the long term, that's difficult. And I think the other thing is that the service that you're offering will evolve over time. So at the moment, Talk to Stefan is a personal service. It's me offering my skills. Before, it's been about products. So the time that it took me to launch Talk to Stefan versus launching products is completely different. Talk to Stefan was live within a month, less than a month. It was a few weeks. So it was so nice to be able to get that up and get started with a few sessions just within such a short period of time. So yeah, anything you can do to get that time down, get live, figure out what's sticking, what's not, what resonates with people, what doesn't. I think that just really does help. And obviously there's a big shout for low code and no code tools there in terms of shortening that time.
Besides low code, no code, what were some of the techniques that you had used to kind of find that, they're not find, but maybe like test your early hypothesis and figure out with folks, this is something that people want, and I should, keep putting effort into it. Even though with low code and no code, it's less effort than building a full, stack app or whatever. There still is effort involved in ideation and marketing and copywriting and all that on top of it. So anything that you picked up recently with this approach that you think could be helpful to others?
So there's always there's a lot of talk around customer development and customer research interviews. I think that they are really important. And I think that they've worked in certain ways, but then they have in other areas, I've just gone all in and kind of ignored them and just tried to get to the point of actually delivering the service and then sort of learning, going back from there. And I think with everything, this is the really gray answer that I hate to give, but everything is so context-based. Rarely is there a right answer or one right way to do anything. There's always you could do it this way, you could do it that way. So with Talk to Stefan, it is very much just launch, deal with it, see what happens, and kind of figure it out from there. Prior to that, I was working on a product for a few months that was around sort of supply chain software. Tried customer research interviews there. Looking back, hindsight, that wonderful thing that definitely love and always resort to. But looking back, didn't do enough of them to get a well-rounded picture. And I think with those, you've got to be targeted with what you're going in for, what you're asking, and have a rough idea. I think you don't want to be focused on the solution too much. But equally, if you're asking questions that are so broad that every interview is leading you in a different direction, I think you just end up with this gigantic bundle of mess that you can't unpick and get a clear signal from.
Yeah.
So I think customer research interviews are really important. And just the whole theme of doing less sort of before you launch, I think it's really important to, there are a lot of things that I could say, I think people need this, I think that they need that. But who am I to say that? They will vote. They'll vote with their money. If they want to buy, they'll buy it if it really fits. People have discussions. The internet makes it so easy to talk to people that, you can get discussions going back and forth and just use all of those tools that we've got to make that the customer is really king in this. Or queen.
Yeah.
I also had a question for Stefan.
Sure.
I have to tell you that I found out about you and your service while following David on Twitter. So
Excellent.
it was a pure
Props to
coincidence.
David.
And yeah, it really blows my mind because I'm also from the technology background, and I also think in terms of scaling something, maybe as fast as possible. But yeah, that's a different topic. I was curious, do you feel like you need the service that you provide to people? And if so, how do you feel that need? Who's asking you the questions?
So in terms of, do I need it for myself?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yes, I think I've benefited from external support. So I use a coach, and I would say that I don't refer to myself as a coach, and don't use that title. I think it's slightly different. And I think the difficult thing around sort of supporting people is that there are so many generic names and titles, but depending on who you work with, they'll have their own approach. And the way that I work with a coach is different to how other coaches might work. So yeah, a shout out for Rich, who is a coach that I use, and I'm speaking to him in the middle of the week. And funnily enough, the conversation around scaling is one of the conversations I'm going to have with him. And yeah, I've made use of a coach, and I think it's partially reflective. It offers a different perspective for me. So, I will frame things in one way because that's how I see the world and that's my experiences and that's how I see things. But to have somebody external listen, objectively ask me questions and reframe things, I find that really useful. So yeah, I think the support comes in many ways. And I made the analogy to somebody earlier actually on Indie Hackers that I think support does come in many ways. And what people say is, you haven't been in my business, you don't know what we're doing. It's not about that. It's you get a sort of push and a pull. And with the pull side of things, it's much more about asking questions, listening, exploring. It's not about telling you what to do. That's more of the push side, where sometimes you have people that have maybe been in your industry, walked a similar path, and they're pushing on their knowledge, their experience, what they did when they hit a certain problem or a challenge, and sharing that with you. And those are almost the opposite kind of ends of the spectrum. And I think that you need a bit of both and a mix of both. So that's why support comes in so many ways. And, I use an analogy of a medical team. You don't want the receptionist in the hospital to be prescribing you drugs. And equally, you don't want, the pharmacist doing your rehab. Everybody has their role. Everybody has their place. They're useful for what they do. So appreciate them for that rather than trying to place one in the position of another.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for the answer. I will also run for now. I need to hit the gym. It was nice talking to you. I hope you have a great time from now on. And let's be in touch.
It was great to have you here, Catalin. Thank you so much for.
Good to meet you.
For having
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Cheers. Have
Bye.
a nice day.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Nice. So yeah, what do you guys want to talk about next?
So many options. In terms of question for Joe, I guess, in terms of how things are going with Mugshot Bots, you've had launch, things are up. You've had the recent sort of GitHub focused launch as well.
Mm-hmm.
How are things going?
The product hunt launch was pretty big. It brought in like a couple hundred, new, registered folks, which was awesome. A couple paid subscribers, which was amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was like way better than any other launch I've ever had on Product Hunt. But this is the first one I've actually like sat down and done the research and like made sure to have a plan and not just been like, oh, I have a product like producthunt.com, Since then, I've been trying to reach out to people individually, like, hey, I noticed that this person also is on Twitter and they have a blog. Like, maybe let me reach out to them and make sure that they're using MugshotBot or like understand how it works in the right way. And that's been going okay. I've had a couple people reply that were like, love it, great customer service. Like, yes, and we screen share that afternoon and I set them up and they're good to go. And then, of course, the other half is radio silence. So trying to find the right balance of how I can white glove, onboard people, and then turn that into something that actually is scalable and automated, because I can't onboard every single person manually forever. For now, it's perfect though. The GitHub launch was, I think, like, it was a fun project. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, I had talked to David about this, and I didn't know if there was a market for it. I've kind of proven that people are kind of excited for it, but not super excited for it. But it was fun to work on for a week, and I got it out there and live, and it set up a lot of code that I can now do, CRM specific type software or type previews. So if someone wants to do, let's say, GitLab is the easiest example, I could code that up pretty quickly. But if someone wants to have like maybe a bubble type thing.
Before we go too deep into it, do you want to talk about what MugshotBot is and what problem it solves?
Yeah. So I blog fairly infrequently, I like to call it. And every time I blog, I finish my post, I knock it out, I edit it, and I'm like ready to hit the publish button. And then I realize I have to add a social image for when people share it on Twitter and all that. And most of my blogs are technical or code examples. They don't really translate to generic stock photos. Like, you can try, and I've tried a ton, and they just it doesn't work. So I've created a tool that will pull metadata from your website, and from that, from your title and description, just create an image for you that you can do whatever you want with. And I use that image to share on Twitter and on Facebook as my Open Graph tag. So I drop a little line of HTML into every one of my blog posts, and then when someone shares that post on Twitter, they get an image that was dynamically generated, and I didn't have to worry about designing it or pushing pixels or tweaking the alignment. It's all, I set up a theme, a color, an image, a background image, and I'm good to go. So MugshotBot just automates that whole process for me. I know David's using it on a couple of his remake blogs, which is awesome. I've seen some other weekend club folks post their blogs, and seeing the MugshotBot image is really awesome. So it's really to me, it's a huge time saver in just, it gets me that last 10% of every blog post for free. And I find that there's already so many hurdles you have to jump through to blog, like having an idea, having it be good enough, editing it, actually writing it, that getting that 10% for free makes me blog more. I blogged 3 times in the past couple of weeks, and usually I was writing once every 2 months. And a lot I attribute to not having to worry about one more step in the process, which has been great.
And how did you come up with the idea? Is there a story behind that?
Yeah, it was pretty much that for a single post. I was at the end of a post that I had spent a lot of time on, longer than usual. I have this mentality with blogging that I don't want to write about something unless I'm very passionate about it. So a lot of my writing is push everything to the side for today, and I'm just going to blog and have it out by the end of the day. And it's all stream of consciousness. Wake up the next morning and I edit it. And this post had taken me 2 weeks, which is just not how I normally write. And I was finally ready to publish it again, and it was just I don't want to spend another even 15 minutes creating an image to share on Twitter and Facebook. So I launched without it. It looked terrible because it just gives you that little gray box in the corner, or my face. And I was there has to be a better way than doing this every time. So I tried Placid, I tried OG Hero, I tried Banner Bear, I tried all the what are now competitors, oddly, in creating these things, and they still just took too long, or took too long, or too hard to integrate, or just I still have to design it myself every time.
Yeah.
So this approach was more of set it and forget it. You drop a line of HTML in your head, or you're with a plugin that's coming soon, and a WordPress plugin, and you just share your post. That's it. You don't have to design anything on your own. You pick a color. That's pretty much as you want, and you pick a theme, and you're good. You don't have to worry about each blog post being individual because it's already being dynamic based on the title and description of your post. So
I have a question for you about your next steps. So right now I'm in a position with Remake where I'm getting feature requests at least a few times a week, right?
That's awesome.
And I also have my own feature requests, right? So I'll be coding my own apps. I just built the example apps over the last few weeks, and I'll have my own feature requests, right? My own ideas of what should come next. And then I kind of also have this kind of big picture vision for like where it's heading, where it needs to go in order to really gain traction. And each of those parts would lead me in very different directions if I just focused on them, on one or the other. And I'm curious, how are you thinking about that? Why focus on one over the other? Is it just kind of how you're feeling in the moment, or do you have a long-term strategy? Is there a way that you have to like, and I know this is a big question for anyone, even just like being alive as a human being, right? How do you make decisions, right? But like, is there a way you have to like merge those different inputs into something that, one, you're going to be happy with, and two, you think is going to provide value to your customers?
Yeah, it's a great question for sure, and I don't think I'll be able to answer all the nuances of that in the next 2 hours even, but my general framework, for lack of a better word, for deciding what to build next is, what is the biggest impact thing that I can do right now? Like, what of all the things that people have requested of me, or that I think is the next great thing, like which of those will have the biggest impact today? And that helps me just more prioritize than anything. And if you look at like my backlog of lists right now, like a WordPress plugin is up there that's been requested, custom backgrounds is up there, and custom fonts. Let's use those 3 feature requests, right? Custom fonts, a lot of people are going to probably use it, and a lot of people are not going to care about it, but it might gain me a couple people that are like, oh yes, finally I can use Mugshotbot. Custom fonts, I've been waiting forever. That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
Custom background image, I have multiple people that have said, this is what is holding me back because I can do it on platform X. It's a competitive advantage that other people have against me. So that's pretty viable. But a WordPress plugin, I've had people that have said, I really want to get involved in this. I'm not a coder, but I run my blog on WordPress. There's a WordPress marketplace where I can upload things. The impact of that is 10x, 100x of what the other 2 features are, in terms of the very general term, impact. It might not lead directly to sales, it might not lead directly to active users, but it leads to awareness about the product, which encourages all of those future things. Active users things. So if I try to look at it as, I have a single column list of things to work on, and they're not sorted by necessity, they're not sorted by how many upvotes it has from feature requests. It's not even sorted by like, how easy or hard it is to do. It's just,
do those factor in at all?
They do when I'm trying to bargain with myself. When I'm like, okay, the next biggest impactful thing right now is WordPress. I don't really want to code PHP. I'll be totally honest, but it'd be a lot more impactful than something like custom fonts, which I know I could knock out in like, an afternoon. But that has been usually my plan with any of my side projects, because I find it very easy to get distracted and build things that I want to build or that I think would be fun. And that's great for a side project, but when you're trying to build a real business that is trying to make money, those don't really align very well. Unless it's your blog, and then you can do whatever you want with it. So that's the nuance, I think.
Well, I about that, and first I do want to say welcome, James McKinven, another co-host who's going to be with us for the rest of the stream. James is a very talented podcaster and podcast editor. He runs the Indie Bites podcast. Actually, he has a really good podcast voice himself. So why don't I let him introduce himself?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much do a lot of things, but podcast is one of them. I set up my Riverside setup, but I think there is a delay. I think my audio and video aren't in sync. So I just thought I'd put it on to impress people and then kind of change my MacBook. So is there a delay between my voice and? Oh no, it's
No.
perfect. Then I'll
Very cool.
Yeah, you're good.
then I'll show off and stay like this.
I like the lighting too. It's like
Yeah, man.
it's
I
a
mean,
nice
we can
setup.
go.
You don't need to say that he's a
Nice.
pro when he's the one that turns up with the boom arm there into the shop, backlit, headphones on.
The only weird thing is though, the camera is there and my laptop is here. So I'm just going to be looking down at you guys instead of looking at you. Maybe when I speak, I should just intensely look at the camera. But anyway, you guys can carry on. I was enjoying the conversation.
I heard a rumor that Apple, and this might get us a tiny bit off track, but I heard a rumor that Apple modifies where, so like if you're on FaceTime and you're looking at someone on the screen, you're not looking in the camera, right? And I heard that they modify your eyes slightly to make it look like you're looking at the person instead of at the screen.
No, not having that. That's wild.
But is that?
That's messed up.
I don't
I'd
like
heard
this
about
guy. The person I heard it. Yeah, the person I heard it from. He's like in the tech space, so like I trust. Like he's like Silicon Valley, right? Like
Oh, it must
so
be
I trust
true then.
him. Well, I don't know. Maybe
I'd
not.
heard
So
of that.
like
But,
you're so they're like tracking your eyes and changing them so it makes it look like you're looking.
Just slightly, yeah, because it just needs to be that 2-degree angle, right?
Yeah.
Well, if they do, it's very
Oh.
clever.
I'd be surprised, but
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to fix this one though. Just look at you now.
It's a little
now.
bit far off, isn't it?
your neck and your head as well.
Well, I was just thinking about how creepy it would be if they did, if they did, it's just like, like, that'd be very funny. Oh yeah. Okay. So from chat, W Preston tells us they do it. It's called FaceTime attention correction.
Wow.
Interesting. That's going to be like a future prison camp or something.
Oh, so is it just in FaceTime? Because
I think
it
so.
would make sense if it's their software, like rather than because I know they're trying to do some clever stuff on the new MacBooks. Like, why wouldn't Apple just put in nice new cameras? Is it because of how thin they need to make the screens?
There was one project that was putting the camera, and I really don't want to get too off topic. I think we should get back to indie hacking. But there was a laptop that put the camera in the center of the screen. I thought that was really smart.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, they did that. Yeah, and I don't know how, but I don't know how half the things happen in this technological world. So.
Yeah.
Well,
hardware is out of our questions, I think, here.
Yeah.
trust me to
And
join and completely derail the conversation from indie hacking to MacBook cameras.
But to get back to Joe, just really quick, I had a follow-up question for you. So you were saying a lot of things about like business and high impact and all of that. And I see that there's like a separate cycle as well going at the same time with any person, which is like the emotional motivation to keep going, right? And when I accomplish something that like I really want to do, even if it has no impact on the world, it gives me that like extra push. And so like I always feel like, okay, even if I just feel like doing something, like I did this like polite prop-up project like, a few months ago. I wasn't expecting anything to come out of it. It was just a fun project. I was going to add it to all my websites. I wasn't even going to make it open source. But like I do that kind of thing, and then it turns into like these weird opportunities or like feedback loops. And I almost feel like you have to continually invest in that just to like take care of yourself, And I was wondering how you think about that part, and like, or I think there's another viewpoint, right? In which like you might subscribe to, which is that like, well, I'm going to just make a shit ton of money, and then that's going to take care of me, right? Then I don't have to invest in my emotional well-being because that's what money does.
So a couple things there. There's MonkshotBot is less than 1% of my, I don't know, very, very, very small amount of my annual income, right? And it's not 100% of the time that I put in. So I'm primarily a freelance developer. I have multiple clients. I do coaching for developers on how to do TDD and and Rails and iOS and stuff. And like, that's my business. That's my bread and butter. And I spend 60 to 80% of my week working on that kind of stuff. The other percentage, whatever it is spent on side projects. And to me, MugshotBot in itself is that creative outlet already. Like, I didn't build MugshotBot to make money to begin with. I built it because I was solving a problem that I had, and I was curious if other people had that problem.
Yeah.
It's now morphed into something that is making me, it just became profitable, so technically it is making me money. But is now a business where I'm not using it as I need to make MugshotBot profitable or go 7 figures so I can quit my day job.
Mm-hmm.
It's a learning experiment for me that I can then use those techniques that I learned to help my clients, to help other indie hackers, to help other freelance developers build their own businesses and build their own side projects and become profitable. So I look at it as MugshotBot is built out of one of those things entirely. So I agree with you. I talked about this with James the other week, actually. And do you know the Google like 80-20 rule, where you work on real stuff 80% of the time and you kind of have 20% of your time to build something else?
Yeah.
Fridays for me, I don't do any quote build work.
Mm-hmm.
I do fun stuff. I do hacking projects.
Nice.
I play around with Remake.
Nice.
I built the GitHub thing throughout a series of Friday explorations and some weekends. And MugshotBot started on like a Friday where I was like, oh, I don't have any scheduled build work. I don't have any clients to work with today, and I'm going to build something that's fun and learn something.
Yeah.
And the learning is really where it comes down to. So right now, the learning isn't the Rails app or the Rails code. That's kind of all old hat to me at this point. It's the marketing it and building in public and sales and content marketing and all the other stuff around a business that is new to me, that I'm learning, that I'm a beginner at. That is what I'm picking up here. I learn how to do a complex Rails app every day during my day-to-day job, my freelancing, my consulting. So this scratches that other itch of like always learning, always excited, always interested type stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's always important to have something like that in an indie hacker's life, right? Where it's a place you can go where coding and design is still just purely fun.
Yeah.
I was going to say sort of on that I'm a prolific starter, starting things, trying different, learning about new projects, starting them and not particularly making too much progress. I'm probably a bit known for that now at the moment. But a lot of people I've been speaking to on the Indie Bytes podcast, Mubs sort of stands out in particular about building stuff for fun. And we had a chat, Stefan, I don't know if Joe was on it, about building for fun, not for profit, and why a lot of the time we do build stuff just for fun. Joe was saying he was scratching his own itch and just it was a creative outlet for him. I think a lot of our projects do start off as that. And the VC model, you sort of go hard, you go home. You go harder, you go home. And a lot of bootstrappers and indie hackers just don't want to do that. They want to have that progressive tweaking things, figure things out to eventually get that freedom. Because for VC backed folks, what's their goal with it? Is it to just get a bunch of money after 10 years of working hard on something? And then what do they do from that point? Whereas with bootstrappers, it's more you might have a goal of freedom and what you can do to get there. Rami from Pageflow is the guy that I most recently interviewed on Indie Bytes. He only has to work 1 or 2 days on his project, and he's got this ultimate freedom with that time, but he's not pedal on the metal VC having to work super hard.
That's awesome.
I think that there's always the question as well that regardless of which route you go down, there's never a guarantee. So yes, you can take that sort of funding and, you can go hard or go home, but there's no guarantee that you're going to get that unicorn level exit. Equally, going down the bootstrapped route, it's great. You're hoping for the freedom that it brings and all of that side of things. But actually, many ventures fail. The majority of ventures fail, in fact. So again, you can hope for the different things, but nothing is a given.
So I just wanted to take a moment to invite anyone from the chat who wants to use this link to call in. You can just call in with your own video camera and voice. You don't have to install anything. Just click the request to call in button, and you can come on, chat with us for a few minutes, ask a couple questions. It would be great to see you and to talk with you a little bit.
Just a quick FYI, it's like 7 p.m. here, so I'm not drinking in the middle of the day. just sort of 1 p.m.
Nice.
So yeah, who's joining us? I'm intrigued to. We're looking at the Riverside screen, so we can't see the. David's probably got the Twitch stream open there, but I can't see the feed.
Yeah, we've got I think a dozen and a half people watching the stream and in chat, but I'm not sure anyone's gonna take us up on the offer. We'll see. We can wait it out for a couple minutes. I think awkward silences are great for this. They might
come and join us, even if you're without video feed, even if it's just audio only. It'll be good to hear from people that are watching.
Yeah.
David, how long have you been streaming so far? Is it 2 hours, almost 3?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, almost 3.
Did you plan a break for yourself?
I did. Yeah, Joe took over a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, people can pop in and out anytime. So
how's it gone so far? How are you feeling about it all?
I mean, I love the live stream. I think it's just fun to hang out and talk. And yeah, I mean, I'm nervous about Twitter. Maybe people are hating on me by now or something. But no, I mean, it's just been great. No, there's always just this background anxiety, right, with social media, right, and you're putting something out there, even if it's not reasonable to think oh, everyone's turned against you, there's some small part of me at least, right, that's just oh, I gotta check up on it, people are talking about me, I gotta check up on it. I don't know, maybe it's primal, maybe it's something else.
Yeah, I mean the point you made earlier about the reason you were doing this live stream is you didn't want to consistently or do the whole day just hitting Command R on Product Hunt and seeing the upvotes roll in. So I think it's a really good idea. And I think a lot of people who should more similar thing on their launch day, because otherwise it's a really stressful, horrible day. And it shouldn't be, should it? It's all of your hard work culminated. It should be a celebration. It should be something to look back on and enjoy instead of Command R seeing, oh, my numbers not got up by 10 in the last 5 minutes. What am I doing wrong? Kind of thing.
David, I launched on Product Hunt exactly 4 weeks ago today.
Oh yeah,
which I realized this morning as I got a fun Stripe notification from all the people that didn't cancel their plan. So yeah, I can attest to that day was just spent frantically responding to people on Twitter, refreshing, and I was exhausted all week. I didn't do any other work all week because I was just I had so much dopamine and so much adrenaline, and then so much the other end of that when it's oh, I refreshed and I didn't see a change, something must be wrong.
Yeah,
and
it's bad. Yeah.
There's still 300.
I had that feeling
people.
at 9 a.m. I was it's dead. It's over.
The joys of the addictions of the internet.
Yeah, right. All or nothing, really.
Yeah.
You know what? You go, Steph.
Oh, I was just going to say to David there, what have you got planned for the rest of the week? Then obviously today is the big launch day. How does the rest of the week look?
So before I go into that, we just got a listener question. So Alistair Plays asked, what did each of you make? Do you guys want to quickly summarize what you've done? We can start with James on the right.
Yeah, all right. So I've done a bunch of things. Sort of a few years ago, was really playing around with freelancing and doing video freelancing, and then sort of as COVID hit, I switched that to podcast freelancing and turned it into a productized service. And sort of in between that time, I'd started various small projects, more hobbies than projects, if I'm being honest, but really sort of got into podcasting when I started my Marketing Mashup podcast, which was just me talking to other marketers. And that's when I started to really enjoy podcasting and met a bunch of really cool people, including like the CEO of HubSpot, Wistia, Profitwell, all these people I'd never ever expected to eat. Not eat.
We hope not. One way to deal with your
We'll have
clients.
to cut that.
So yeah, after eating all of my guests,
So that's what the mashup is.
yeah. Oh my god. So met all these great people, and then I realized, right, okay, so podcasting isn't just about chatting with people; it's got real benefits other than that, which is when I went all in on it. But I also started to realize that people weren't listening to longer podcasts, and I started to get involved in the indie hack community to help grow my freelance business, and read like Company of One from Paul Jarvis, started learning more about bootstrapping versus VC funding, enjoying that process more and more. So I started my latest project, which is Indie Bites, a podcast that is 15 minutes long. So short, sweet, speaking to founders about their projects or their businesses that are now doing
Highly
well.
recommended. Yeah.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. And it's been fun starting that podcast. I got Cortland on. The podcast even went on the Indie Hackers feed. And it's just made me realize how much I love the community of indie hackers and everyone building really, really cool stuff. Like Joe, Steph, like all of you three building cool things. Even David hacking away on polite email pop-up. I thought that was awesome. Just sort of quickly, you needed something, so you built it. Stefan noticed that he there's this need for founders because they might be quite lonely or they need to have a conversation, and everyone that sort of is in Stefan's indie hacking group is now calling him and having feedback. So I loved indie hackers, so I made a podcast about it, and that's really the main thing at the moment that I do. Then I have other hobbies that kind of make me a little bit of money. Cool, that was long. Sorry. I guess who is it that asked that wanted quick intros and they got a 10-minute monologue?
No, it's nice. We didn't actually. We've heard more of Joe's full story and more of Stefan's full story, so it was good to get yours too. It's called so the podcast name is Indie Bites. It's at indiebites.co, right? Is that? Oh, I think you're muted.
Link in the chat.
Yeah. So yeah, I think James is going to post it in Twitch, but it's very, very highly recommended. It's pretty much like Indie Hackers, the Indie Hackers podcast, but just condensed and really focused and just gets straight to the meat. So like if you want to hear, about like the how and like the what, and just really focus on like how to get, to the next step or get results, I would highly recommend it.
I'm just going to clip that bit of the stream and put it front and center on my website. It's selling it better than me. Thank you, dude. That's very.
Yeah, I mean it's a pleasure to listen to it, and it's also really cool because do you ever go into like a movie in the middle of the day and not anymore, of course, because of COVID, but you come out and it's still light out, and you're like, oh wow, like that wasn't like a whole nother world, and like like it's still just like it's just like unusual. I have the same feeling when I listen to an Indie Bites podcast where I'm like, whoa, I started listening at 2, it's only 2:15. Like but like it packs, so it's like a little like time travel machine. Like it packs so much into just like that 15-minute period.
Yeah, I think a bunch of people have a similar thing where because most podcasts are longer, they're 30 minutes, they're an hour. You look at Joe Rogan's does 2-3 hour long podcasts. Most people are used to them being that long. So when they see one that's 15 minutes, like not like Naval's, which are 2 minutes on the other end of the spectrum, but when they see one for 15 minutes, they go, "Oh, I've got 15 minutes now. I'm doing the dishes. I'm going for a walk. I can maybe listen." And I've had a bunch of people listen to it like that. So I think that has helped the growth of it to the point it's at now. But thank you, mate. It's super kind.
Yeah. Joe and Stefan, do you want to talk about your projects? Just so that like the people in chat know what you guys are working on.
Sure. I was just going to say with James, I think that the hard work is really there in that when you've got a 15 or 20-minute episode, the work is condensing that value down into such a short space of time. There's so much that you can talk about over an hour, but to, get all the great juicy information in 15 minutes.
Man, it's way more difficult than I ever anticipated. I started the podcast to just chat with people for 15 minutes and not have to edit it for so long. But now I spend almost as much time editing the 15-minute one because I get so excited speaking to indie hackers. I speak to them for like an hour and think, shit, I need to get this down to 15 minutes. Which bits do I cut out?
Can imagine. So yeah, sorry, you were saying about backgrounds before, David. Just introductions. I guess I'll go since I'm unmuted at the moment. But yeah, working on Talk to Stefan, which is a listening service for founders. So trying to help founders get sort of clarity with what they're thinking about and what they're working on through listening and asking questions. The service is called Talk to Stefan. It's on talktostefan.com with an F. Previously worked on a range of different things, predominantly around SaaS. So years back when I was at school, finishing school, it was e-commerce and selling phones. That was the first venture that I had at sort of 15 years old, I think it was. And then from there went into a SaaS tool for hair and beauty salons around sort of booking system and that side of things. Then after that, left a bit of a gap and started working on allergy menus for the restaurant and hospitality industry. Was working on that last year and then sort of up till March. And then our good friend COVID came in and forced restaurants to shut and be put on hold. So naturally put the project on hold. And then after that, spent a few months working on another tool a few months figuring out what to work on, and then sort of started working on a supply chain tool, but very quickly realized that there wasn't actually the need for it that I thought there was. So yeah, a range of different things, a range of different levels of success or not, but here we are. We live to tell the tale.
I started the whole freelance. I don't even want to call it freelance, but my first foray into all of this was a website called We Tabletop. It was a way to find in-person board game events to play with folks. This was obviously pre-COVID.
That was like right before, right? Like that was.
I mean, I had worked on it for like a year leading up to it, but that was when I met David. Actually, we were both in the Y Combinator startup school together, and I was working on that at the time. Mm-hmm. And it was like actually going well. Like I had like a couple thousand users. There were folks that were interested in sponsoring it. There were folks that were actually paying me to advertise. Like it was like really exciting. I was using it on my own to find events, which I think is always the big telltale. Like if you use your own product every day, that's huge. Yeah. And COVID hit, and obviously that just like the Google Analytics chart is like literally reverse hockey stick. It's just like right off the edge. So I put that on pause and then moved into more just like less indie hacking and more building my business as a personal brand. Like I said before, I do freelancing, iOS, Ruby on Rails, design, product, like the whole package I do. Have a couple clients and forayed into doing this like one-on-one live chat, live pair programming coaching sessions where I like work with developers and kind of just like level up their skills in certain aspects. That has led me to blogging more, which led me to Mugshotbot, which is what my like current indie hacker project is. It's a way to automate those little images that when you share on Twitter and Facebook for your blog, instead of creating them on your own, you just use my tool and it creates one automatically for every page on your blog with just like a few 5-minute setup. So I've been working on that for the past couple months. Launched that, I was saying earlier, exactly 4 weeks ago today. So the 1 month anniversary of Mugshotbot is today. Yeah, it's exciting. And just became profitable in that early last week. So that's where I am.
Yeah. So you say COVID hit for the other thing you were doing. I didn't quite catch fully what it was. What? Something about board games.
Yeah, it was an event directory for board games. So Magic the Gathering meets every Friday. It's like super easy to find an event if you play. You just go to the Magic website. Pokemon might meet Tuesday and Thursday in your area, but it might meet on Saturdays somewhere else. I was playing a game called Star Wars Destiny. They usually meet on Tuesdays, but it was Thursdays when I was traveling. So like it was all about consolidating this and making a single place to find like events across all board games and competitive events, casual events, meetups, things that sound really, really scary right now, to be honest. I can't even like say it with a straight face that this was like a good idea back then, but going to meet up with people that you don't know in person to touch their cards and dice. That was what it was for. So
It's terrible.
Terrible.
Meet them up in
Terrible
person,
idea.
touch their cards and dice.
But the whole idea was like that you would meet new people and meet strangers and like make friends in person, which across a table that's 2 feet wide. Like scary. So that's on hold. I transitioned to digital events. Didn't work out as well. Never really found my niche with that. So that's kind of just on the back burner. And when when we all are vaccinated or whatever the fix is to all this, then maybe it'll become a thing again. But I'm not holding out on that. I'm not holding out on waiting to build something until that is fixed. So
How is it going when you
it was like honestly pretty well. I was saying earlier, a couple thousand active users per month. I had a sponsor. I had 2 advertisers. We were doing online stuff. What was it called?
Swarmation.
Swarmation.
Yeah.
That was working out well. I had like 2 physical stores that were promoting their events on it, which was super exciting. I thought it was going really well. I had a lot of features that were in mind. The traffic totally plummeted after COVID came out. Totally expectedly. Like I can't be like, people are being weird. They don't want to go to stores. Like I understand. I haven't been to a board game store in 9 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Learned a lot there about how to and how not to try and build a marketplace. I think that was the biggest issue with all of We Tabletop was the name of it. David, if you don't mind, I'll just talk about that a little bit. We don't have any questions right now. The whole app was centered around a marketplace where you have stores posting their events and players trying to find those events. And if you have one without the other, you don't have any value for anyone. You just have a directory of things or people looking for things that don't exist. So one of the ways that I was bootstrapping this marketplace was I was finding open data APIs where people were already posting events like Meetup or Eventbrite or Magic the Gathering's, public API. I was filtering those out.
I just want to take like a quick pause. I want to hear what you're saying. Can anyone raise your hand who has tried to create a marketplace here? I'm just like curious. Who's tried? You haven't tried, James?
I've considered it and tried to stay a little bit clear of it because I know of the challenge of the balancing of the 2 sides, and I'm just like, stay clear, stay clear.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's really tempting to think that it's going to be easy, but then you're marketing to 2 people, you're selling to 2 people, you're like 2 types of people, right? 2 audiences, and you have to build up both at the exact same time. or it doesn't work, right?
Yep.
So you have to have a lot of money, basically. You have to have a lot of money so that you can pay one side to come for free, basically, and use the other side. You know, like Uber, or, you know, I don't know. I guess Airbnb kind of hacked it. That was kind of interesting, and Reddit did too a little bit. But yeah,
with very different techniques.
Yeah.
Airbnb was all about going to people physically, white glove. Hey, like, can we use your place on our website for this this conference that's going on? Like, you have a place that's close to this big conference. Can we rent it out for you? And we'll post it online and like take pictures and do everything for you, and we'll pay you a little bit.
Yeah.
Reddit was just like, we'll just create fake users and fake content, and we'll manually create our own content. Like, very different approaches to different problems. I kind of took the more automated approach, where I was taking these open APIs, like I was saying, and trying to just filter them out for board game events, and then seed my website with those, which turned into a pretty decent amount of numbers. And it also served a real value because it was all in one spot instead of having to go to the 5 different big websites on your own. And that helped a lot because it got users or players interested, and they were getting value right away. And then when I reached out to a store, I was able to say, hey, do you want to sign up for an account? Not only are there this many thousands of players looking for events, but I've already added 30 of your upcoming events for you from these different APIs. Didn't say that. I said I added them, you know, they're on the website already. And they were able to hop in and say, oh, cool, it's only missing these 2. And they were onboarded like immediately because they saw what it looked like for them instantly. And if I were to ever build a marketplace, I would first see what type of data is available again and see if I could replicate that, because that was the biggest change in traffic I've ever seen. It was just like night and day, where all of a sudden I was like showing up on Google first page for like Magic events near me or Pokemon events near me.
That's awesome.
Which was just crazy.
So I'll just quickly introduce myself. I'm David. I'm the founder of Remake. I launched Remake today. Remake is a way of turning your HTML, your front end, into an interactive database for your users. And all of your users can log in and edit their own data, their own site. And all you had to do was create one HTML and CSS template, and you're able to build like a fully scalable web app. And that's my main project. I've been working in startups for the past 10 years with a huge focus on UX design and research. And I'm very, very passionate about the user experience and how people understand interfaces. And I think I wanted to go back to something that Stefan said earlier, which was really intriguing to me about like launch as soon as possible. Like I forget how you said it, but it was like a really compelling thing where you're just like, yeah, just remove everything you can and just like launch. And I'm like curious to hear like stories from you guys, or maybe we could just like discuss stories, like things we've heard in general about like people who did that and how to do that online. Because I honestly feel like that's a lot of what building in public is. It's not like I'm committed to this ultimate big idea and I'm going to go for it no matter what. And, you know, we're going to build the next, you know, taxi service of the world, or the next, you know, sharing economy, you know, hotel chain like Airbnb or whatever, right? It's more like I'm open to your feedback. I'm open to your thoughts, and I'm going to be building this thing and seeing what you guys think of it along the way. And it's just like this really, I think, interesting way of building a product. And I was curious, what have you guys experienced, seen, or tried like to launch as soon as possible, and how has that gone?
Yeah, I'd start by talking about the opposite of people working too long on something and building up quietly until they'll work away on something for.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
Yeah,
me, like every time.
Yeah, I mean, so often we'll work away on something, and this is an indie hacker thing for a year. It to crickets, and it's so horrible to see. I've spoken to people on the podcast about it. Rami was mentioning that sometimes founders struggle with a lack of conviction, so they really want something to be perfect before they put it out there. I know for me, I really struggle with being a perfectionist and wanting something to be. I don't want there to be any opportunity for anyone to not like this thing that I make, or I worry that if I put it out and don't get any users, then it won't be successful and it was a massive waste of time. So we end up prolonging it. So trying to get into the practice of putting stuff out there often and sharing it. And that's why the building in public trend is so good, as you were talking about earlier on the stream. It's just, it means people are more open to share their progress and share things that are half built or getting there, and using the indie hackers community and other people to help them with getting feedback on things and how like what direction they're going to go in, instead of doing it on their own, which can get really lonely. I know some people in different industries. My friend was starting a project, and I don't think he'll be watching this, so I can probably talk about it. He made me sign an NDA before he told me about what he was working on, and I said, dude, no one knows about it. If you're making me sign an NDA, and it just, those sort of people are worried about competition, people stealing the ideas. It wasn't a unique idea. I signed the NDA. I won't tell you what it is because I've signed one. Obviously.
The juice.
Yeah, no.
Watch him get taken to court tomorrow.
You may or may not have said what it is by what you just said there.
Wow.
But all I could think of was, dude, just tell as many people as possible, rip up those NDAs and get everyone to, because if it's a really cool idea, you won't need those NDAs. And if you believe in your execution, which again, indie hacker community is supportive, they'll help you build up on something. They're not going to rip you off. And those that do rip you off, it is 100% down to your execution. They will not have the passion for your idea if it is your idea.
I think it's a huge warning sign. I've worked at multiple startups where they did not release the product. The first startup job I ever got, we were in stealth mode or private beta for like a year and a half. And it just went downhill like that. They're still, you know, chugging along, but like I feel like it's so human to be embarrassed about your product, but it's also so necessary to just get it out there, because it's gonna impact everything. If you get no resonance with what you have already, that's a signal, and that's a good signal, right? Because then you can start talking to people. Why isn't this useful, right? What are you looking for? What were you expecting after you clicked the sign up button, right? If you don't have that, you're focusing on a lot of things that are going to be important, right? They're cool things, features that you're probably going to need down the line, but you're not focusing on that onboarding, that key aspect of people, one, understand the problem, and two, understand what the product is, right? If they don't understand those things, and those things take a lot of work, right? You need to put a lot of thought into that. Like a good headline can be like a year's worth of work, especially as an engineer.
Got who I was sponsored by.
Right.
Excellent.
I'd show you mine, but it's on the back of my laptop.
I think that's part of the challenge, though, isn't it? With being a sort of indie hacker, indie maker, whatever title you want to use, is that the association between you and your product is so strong, where it's one person building, they really feel that that product is them. And you need that dissociation that this product or service or whatever it is exists, and you exist in your own right. And it's kind of ironic that I'm saying that running Talk to Stefan, where my name is literally in the damn thing. But what I try to remind myself is that I'm offering a service, but that service isn't me as a person. That service can be terrible. I hope it's not, but it can be terrible in its own right. But that doesn't necessarily make me as a person terrible. Or maybe it doesn't fit with the market, but that doesn't mean that I can't, you know, I can release 100 different things if I want to. So I think, sorry, go for it.
Well, yeah. So I'll preface this by saying I love playing devil's advocate, but I have a slight counterpoint to this. I actually did some thinking about this. I recorded a podcast about this a couple nights ago. And it's all about associating yourself with your startup and kind of feeling the same things that your startup is feeling, right? If your startup isn't doing well, if someone said something negative about it, you know, it affects you deeply. And I think that that is actually, I don't know, not something to shy away from. I think it's hard, but I also think that if you do have that distance, and I'm not saying that that distance isn't healthy, it absolutely is. You know, I don't want to, you know, have people dedicating 10 years to something that's just not going to work out. But I think if you have found something cool, the way we navigate in this world as human beings is with our emotions. And so if we have empathy for our product and what it's going through, there's something there, something primal where we want it to succeed. We are connected with it deeply, and we're sensing everything, every little thing that's going on with it. And it's hard. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's like natural, right? Or healthy, you know, like, or human, right? I mean, but it is, right? It is uniquely human that we can put ourselves outside of ourselves, really double down and invest in something, and almost create our own reality, you know? And I think that's what a startup is. And just to finish off the point, if you are taking the outside view of it, I think it does make it slightly easier to leave behind. And I think if you really do want to kind of go big, you kind of have to be willing to, and I don't say this lightly, I know there's a lot of mental health stuff, I think, you know, especially in the founder community. But I think you do need to give it a part of yourself. You know, you can't bring, you know, something new without that.
Yeah, I think that you've summed it up really well there by saying a part of you. And I think that's what it is. I think there's this sweet zone of where you go too far and it engulfs you, it swamps you, it's too much, you're too involved and you can't dissociate. You've also got the other end of the scale where there's too little involvement. You don't feel anything. You're so detached from it that you just don't see what's going on. So I think it's that sweet spot and sweet zone in the middle where actually you get enough of it, but it's not taking over your life. And I guess that's the way with any sort of feeling.
Yeah. And I don't know, I could be wrong. I'm like open up to like counter arguments about this too. Because I do think a lot of people would say it was unhealthy, you know? So I'm interested in that.
I don't know if I necessarily agree or disagree with that part of it. I think that there's a lot of nuance in like giving yourself to a business and being the business and having your name on the business, you know, for example. But I also think that there's a strong difference between like I'm building something and I'm working for someone or something that is building something. Like David, when you worked at your startup that was in stealth mode, you were kind of like, it's whatever. I can just get paid the bills and I'll make it perfect. And, you know, in my little realm of that. But like, if they don't go public, if they don't go out of beta, like it's not really skin off my back, you know? It doesn't really
no, I was
affect
100% invested in the startup. My whole identity was caught up in it. I thought about it every waking moment. I'm not
in this.
No, I was super invested. Yeah.
How big was the startup? Out of curiosity, like how many people?
It was small. It was like 8 to 10 people, and it was I'd say like the best job I've ever had. It was just like, I don't know. I got the job in the middle of winter, trudging through 3 feet of snow. It was my first job in technology. I just taught myself to code over the past like year and a half. They like took a chance on me, believed in me. And it was just a really like warm environment to be in. And I was like, this is my first, you know, job. I can't disappoint them. I want this to succeed. And I put everything into it. And I think that's partly just who I am. Like, I think I kind of do that. I know, like, for example, that remake is like a bit of a wild idea, you know? But I do think that like, if you, like the bigger the idea, the more you kind of have to really go all out and be willing to put that little bit extra of yourself into it. But yeah, no, it definitely takes a toll on me, and I don't think I've had the healthiest relationship with work, but I also think it's a hell of a lot of fun, you know, just to be in it, just be in the ride. And I don't look at it like a business, right? I mean, ideas are ideas, and it turns out, you know, we're living in a capitalistic society, so in order for ideas to sustain themselves, they need to be profitable, and we call those ideas businesses. But I mean, we're just talking about new ideas. We're just talking about, you know, altering the world. And I don't think we have to, I mean, making money because we believe in the idea, not believing in the idea because we want it to make money.
I mean, that's a huge distinction. And I think that if you asked most indie hackers, they'd be, I would, hackers are building something because they want to be building something. They're excited to build, they're excited to create, they're excited to make. And another portion, like, I want to create a lifestyle for myself where I am my own boss. And like, I would imagine that encompasses 90 to 95% of like all indie hackers who identify themselves as indie hackers right now. They're in like one of those two camps, and they aren't opposed with each other, right? Like, you can do both, you can get both for sure. But you kind of, unless you can kind of do it incrementally, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You can get to the point where you're working 4 days a week instead of 5, or you're no longer working weekends. But I feel like with a startup or with something that's out of your control, where you're not your own boss, so to speak, it's kind of all or nothing. It's like you're either putting in the grind because you're making it, you're doing it, you're in the process of like spinning the wheel, or you're kind of done because the business has been sold, or you've like moved up the rank, so to speak, and you can now kind of relish in other people doing the work for you, whether that's being because you were talent hired, or because you actually sold out and now you have dividends, etc. But I feel like with an indie hacker, it's more of this step ladder that you're trying to climb up, and each level is a new phase of your life, a new phase of like how you enjoy and how you deal with work. And a startup is more of a binary type thing.
Yeah, like if you're venture funded, it's like you succeed
or you don't.
Or you don't, right?
Yeah.
$1 billion or bust.
Right, and you know they can bet on 1,000 of them at once, because they know if one succeeds, they'll make back their investment and cover all of their losses that they had made.
Right.
Investing in something like an indie hacker is probably more is probably more likely to succeed and be profitable, but the revenue and the margins are going to be way, way smaller for an investor. And that's like directly correlated to the money, but I do think it does relate to how the lifestyle lives, and how you're talking about like you being totally invested in a startup that wasn't really your own product, right? It was theirs at the end of the day, but you buying into it and being like, I'm in for the long haul. I'm going to make this the best that I can.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes down to it, it's like the way we choose to spend our time. That's all we have. And I think it's more than just about making money. And I see people who sell their startups, and I think a lot of them regret it. Because I'm genuinely not sure if the money is like more valuable, like if you have a purpose, a direction, a life-changing idea, and you can potentially work on that for the rest of your life, like what exactly are you like, what is that money going to buy you, right? Like, it's going to buy you that? Probably not, right? And it takes a long time to get there. It's like, they say, it's a decade of work, right? To make a startup succeed. You're going to sell your startup, put another decade into your next thing, and you don't have the same pressure, to actually make it succeed, because you can just coast. I don't know. I would rather have that mission. And if it got to the point of being sustainable, then yeah, I mean, I can relax a little bit, but at least I still have that connection, that like real, power in the world to like control, where things move, and to, nurture the people around me. I think that's, I don't know, I think that's more valuable than like a big, all-in-one payment at the end of the day. But that's just where I'm at right now. Google offers me $1 billion tomorrow.
Wave goodbye to him in the Bahamas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the money conversation, it always comes up because we all chase it because money buys you the freedom. But I love the question that Sam Parr and Sean Puri ask on the My First Million podcast, the $100 million question. Literally, if you were given, okay, so if Google gave you that money, David, what would you do? What would you honestly be doing?
I would wait for 5 years for them to completely gut it, destroy it, and cancel it, and then I buy it back from them. Because that's what they do.
Money.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the Reddit guys did, right? They're like, I think, multimillionaires. They sold it. It got sold to another one. Then eventually they bought it back, I think, right? I'm pretty sure that was the story. The Stumble Upon guys, I think that's not doing as well now, but that was big back in the day. I don't know if you guys used that extension. But they did the same thing, bought it back. There's been a few stories like that. And I really do think it's because you put part of your soul into it and another person can't, just like take that over. And you miss it, like I think it genuinely is a part of you, like it's your vector, in the world.
Yeah.
So
Tonya in the chat raises an interesting point. I think there is always a way not to choose between passion and income. It's hard though, right? Because we're at the moment, a lot of us are working on these things because they're our passions. We do not make, apart from Joe, who's now profitable on MugshotBot, but it doesn't sustain you, and none of our projects sustain us at the moment. It's all a passion.
I'm emotionally profitable.
And I found myself, when I started doing freelancing, I thought that was a dream. I was like, I get to be paid to do this thing that I love, which is making videos. YouTube videos I used to make for fun. It was a passion of mine. As soon as I get paid from it, it becomes less fun. It's then work. So how do you have that distinction between what is genuinely a passion and what you enjoy and what gives you income? Because if Indie Bites, if that started being my full-time income, would it still be a passion for me? I don't know if it would be, because
because
there'll be a lot of things that are
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. Even now, every episode, I'm a little bit more worried to put it out because I know there's people listening, and I know and there's a worry that I might lose some of these.
I have a really interesting thing about that. Sorry, just to do a little divergence. I talked with Anne Lahr. I think you talked with her too, right?
Anne Lahr, awesome. Nest Labs.
Yeah. I did a consultation with her. She did a consultation for me, just to be clear. I'm in no position to give her advice. But she was like, lose the audience. That's perfect. That's great. She's like, send that newsletter. Be yourself. Be your newsletter. That's the first most important thing. Be yourself. And then just send it. You lose those 12 people, those 24 people, they weren't around for the long haul anyways. What are you going to do? Spend the next 5 years modifying yourself in small ways so that you can keep that extra, 24 people? No, you're going to be yourself. If they like you, they'll stick around. If not, they won't. And that's what's going to make you great. Because people aren't going to connect with something that's not genuine.
12 people. I thought you meant my entire audience of 12 people. What if you lose those entire 12 people?
I meant every time I send a newsletter, I lose about 5 to 10.
Yeah, well, I like the idea that unsubscribes are a good thing. Yeah, you're sort of people always say, "Oh no, I've lost subscribers," but when you can begin to see that as
you're refining your audience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like the people that are left really like you. They really see something, or it's an old email account from high school that they never check, but.
If they open it and they don't subscribe, then
yeah, exactly.
As they say, though, if you're selling to everybody, you're selling to no one, right? So as you refine who that is, you start to really know who is interested, who cares, who resonates.
So we do have our next guest coming on. I just want to kind of prepare us because Charlie Ward from
my personal sponsor,
the Weekend Club, is coming on, and he's going to be talking to us about why we love building on the internet. You guys are welcome to stay for as long as you want, or you can head out.
I will depart very shortly once Charlie arrives. No pressure, Charlie.
I'm also going to grab some lunch. I've been on here for a while, David.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Joe.
It's been great.
And thank you, Stefan.
No, it's good to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, you guys have been awesome, and I really believe in your products, and I hope that, Stefan, you find a way to clone yourself, and Joe, I hope that I think you've found a great product, and I just hope you can take it in a direction that makes you a lot of money, and that you're passionate about. Because I agree with Antonio, I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Jay, before you go, where did your where did Mugshot Bot finish on Product Hunt? I mean, no one's counting, but
it was. I hate to bad omen here, but it was hovering around number 3 all day, and then it finished at number 5. Around this time of the day, a new product popped in and just skyrocketed to the top, which I'm assuming is just Product Hunt, sponsorship. I'm not sponsored, type algorithm thing, but doesn't matter, David.
Competition is on.
It's all over.
I mean, I didn't mean to bring that into it, but I mean,
no, I ended up at 5, and most importantly, got a couple hundred subscribers. That was the big thing.
Nice, that's awesome.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna drop because I'm gonna fall over here. But it was great to chat with everyone, and I might pop on later, or I'll be in the Twitch chat for sure. So
awesome.
Good luck the rest of the day.
See you later, Joe.
See you later.
See ya.
And to minimize disruption, I will head in a similar direction. Well, not a similar direction. He's in Canada. But yeah, really good to talk. Exciting show. And excited for Remake, David. What a big day. So interested to see what the rest of the day holds for you.
I'm looking forward to moving down to my proper place at number 5 or 6.
You dropped in your emotionally profitable earlier. Now you're echo. Now you're losing emotional, funny, fun scene. This echo is really throwing me off.
I enabled echo cancellation.
The echo is the worst thing. I know how bad it is because you're trying to talk and you just hear your voice back and you forget the ability to speak. So.
This is tragic. James said that he was going to eat his
Charlie,
guests earlier, and now we're echoing. Hello. It's all going wrong.
As soon as I got here, I messed everything up.
I hate to say it, we think you're great, but the echo just killed it.
Yeah, I'm a little late. Some technical difficulties, which is why I'm in my bedroom
in your cupboard
wardrobe rather than my normal office because the Wi-Fi extender went down. But anyway, great to be here and great to see the launch going well today, David.
Thank you, Charlie. Someone in chat wanted to know what was the website for the event stuff that was mentioned previously.
Joe's board game.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's oh man, how come I can't forget that? I'm like struggling between really wanting to introduce Charlie and trying to remember this board game site.
Start with the board game.
Stefan, you were going to leave 5 minutes ago, and then Charlie joined, and now you're.
I'm trying to find a polite moment to exit. So what I'm going to do is buy David a little bit of time while he figures out Joe's product link. In the meantime, I'll say to Charlie, it's lovely to see you. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us what's going on when you're not folding laundry? And yeah, on that note, it's
distract with my background. I wish I could blur it, but if I'm going to introduce myself, would you like me to introduce myself, or David, do you want to do it? Up to you. I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, how about I introduce you, and then you can introduce yourself afterwards.
Okay. See you later.
Okay. So this is Charlie Ward. See you, Stefan.
See you, mate.
Okay. So this is Charlie Ward. He runs I always really want to pronounce this word, the inimitable Weekend Club. It is an amazing community for indie hackers, solo developers, people working on cool projects. It's a very supportive community, and most importantly for me, it's a small community. I think a lot of communities out there, they're big, they get way too big, they get too, congested with all kinds of people, and you don't form personal relationships. And so many of the people who have been on this live stream are from Weekend Club. There is that like close-knit bond. We do support each other. We talk through things. We meet every Saturday. And sorry, this is probably the thing I should have led with. It's called Weekend Club because we meet on every Saturday. For me, from an ungodly hour in the morning until noon, but for normal people in the UK, it is at a regular hour, and we work on cool stuff that we love to work on and share our stories and present them afterwards. And it's really inspiring. It's an inspiring place to be. Okay, Charlie, take it away.
No, thanks a lot, David. Yeah, that kind of spells it out pretty well. Thank you both for being such awesome members, and James as a trusty host as well. One thing that's worth mentioning is hopefully you won't have to get up too early for forever, David, because we're looking to launch a US time zone in January, because lots of people outside the UK have been telling us that they want to join, but they just not everyone's able to always get up super early. And if you're in California, you'd have to get up at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. and it's kind of tough. So yeah, hopefully we'll make it easier. But yeah, it's been an awesome journey so far. It's been great having you guys as part of it.
Charlie, can I just say how crispy your audio is in the wardrobe? It sounds fantastic.
Is that good? Oh.
Yeah, honestly,
Nice.
there's two places you can get really good audio. Like this is a really bad place and for audio because it's a big room and it's quite echoey. Two good places: either your cupboard or in the car. And the cupboard's probably better because you've got all the clothes being like padding for your audio. Has he gone?
Oh, I'm here.
I've lost your video.
So I finally found the link. It's Read Tabletop, and I believe it's down now. So for the person asking earlier,
okay.
I guess Joe took it down. But yeah, he's at Maserati. I'll post that link. He has an excellent blog. He's working on new projects all the time. He's an iOS developer. He has a really cool gaming, like a Star Wars gaming app. But yeah, just wanted to respond to that person in the chat.
I will say as well that Joe's blog's actually got a really high SEO score. It's got 40 out of 100. So when I got a backlink from there when you mentioned Weekend Club, it actually had quite a big impact. So shout out to Joe for the strong SEO game on his blog.
Yeah, I think he's always networking and posting really useful articles.
Yeah.
40 good then.
No,
is that out of 100?
In the grand scheme of things, for a personal blog, it's good. Considering a really famous website like, I don't know, meetup.com is in the 90s. For a personal blog to be 40 is pretty good, I think.
I wonder what my score is. Where do you get that score?
So this is purely from Ubersuggest. So AH reps kind of thing. Yeah, it's like that if you don't use it. Although I think it's a slightly more budget version, but it kind of does the job so far. Because Ahrefs is like, it's like $100 a month or something, like plus.
So I think I missed the opportunity to comment on your location, Charlie. But are you in a closet?
So I am sort of. Let me just actually give you a quick tour. So I'm actually in my
Okay.
bedroom.
No, I
around.
thought it would be really, really funny and awesome if you were actually in the closet.
Unfortunately, I wish I was. Oh, do I? I'm not sure. Maybe it'd be funny
was
if I
in the
was. But
closet.
I'm just like, I'm just next to like banks of hangers and clothes and stuff like that. So it's the appearance that I am in a closet.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I kind of work out of a big closet, so yeah. Well, my office space is as big as my wife's closet, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, really?
But I love
Yeah, it's not.
houses. I actually had an old apartment, and there was a big room, and that for me was the guest room. And then there was a small room with like a diagonal ceiling, and I just felt like so much cozier in there. So I used that as my main bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah, this used to be my main place of work while we were in London, because we went up north for a bit to stay at my girlfriend's parents. But yeah, now I've got an actual office. Like, I'm able to work like 15 times faster now that I have a desk. So I even my like laptops on my lap and stuff like that.
That's
so
awesome.
If you got yourself a nice microphone, Charlie, how crisp your audio sound. I'm actually jealous of people that have well sound treated rooms, because I think I produce all these podcasts. I have all this nice setup, but yours sounds equally as good in your closet on your laptop. Sorry, in your room.
Well, that's my secret, James. You should do the same. Maybe.
Well, the other thing is you can put a duvet over your head, and like, because that's really sound dampening too. But I think you look a bit odd on a video call with a duvet over your head.
Yeah. I mean, we could try that next time if you want. Maybe the next week.
Voiceovers. If you've ever got a really poorly sound treated room, under your covers is a good place to go to. Just don't let anyone see.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's nothing, there's nowhere for the sound to travel, so there's no surfaces for it to bounce off and cause that echo. You look, I've just got walls everywhere. Luckily, I'm carpeted. If you're in like a room which doesn't have much furniture, like this one, and has hard floors, you've got the worst acoustically treated room possible to give the worst audio. And so if you then record into your laptop, that is the worst possible sound. So it's best you just go under the covers or in your wardrobe, and you end up getting much better audio.
Oh, that's really cool.
I do have a microphone, but I haven't really used it much so far. I think it's still in its box. Because obviously I've got crisp audio from the wardrobe that I haven't needed.
What microphone did you get?
I can't remember, but it was kind of like one of the half decent ones from a review or something. But I just haven't really set it up yet.
I would not recommend it. It's super hot. I recorded a podcast under a blanket once. Please, that's a very good point. It can get very sweaty if you do decide to go under your duvet to record a podcast. That's such a good point.
Oh my god!
I feel like there's a product there, like a little like igloo or something.
David, go onto AliExpress and Google like sound treatment helmet, and there's all sorts of weird things that you can put your head into. You can also get like vocal booths, which are little. Tonya said you need to choose between talking and breathing. You get these little booths that you sort of speak into. Go and do a search of weird podcast things. It's a market that is very well saturated.
Nice, yeah.
Podcast in the box kind of
thing.
There
are all kinds of weird things on AliExpress.
100%. I've actually what was it? In a past life, I actually bought inflatable flamingo pool float and sold them on Amazon
I love
Wow.
it when people have
There's all-
stories like this. So hold on. How did you come to the idea that you were going to sell inflatable pool flamingos? How many did you buy? How much money did you lose from it? And how many did you sell?
Oh, it all just came to me in a vision one day. No, I actually, I don't know. I'd heard of people selling stuff on fulfillment by Amazon, like their kind of sellers, like marketplace. And there's a tool you can use. It's actually a really interesting tool called Jungle Scout, and it's kind of like how, like Uber suggests or Ahrefs, they tell you about keywords on search where there is high volume for search, low fulfillment. So they took that idea and they applied it to the Amazon marketplace. So they look for where people are searching for certain products, but there is like very little fulfillment because there aren't many listings and the listings are low quality. And I looked through that and I realized this was like 2016. There was like a shitload of people looking for like pool floats of various descriptions. So like people would like unicorn pool float, swan pool float, flamingo pool float, and others. And there was like no fulfillment, and so many people were looking for them. And so the process was, I mean, I'm making this whole process sound very simple. It was quite a lot messier than this sounds, but basically the most fun part of it was actually finding like when you have to test the suppliers out. So my friend had access to a swimming pool. We bought like 5 pool floats, and I created a grid system of like 20 different variables to test for, as in like ease of unpacking, like durability, like how nice it looks, and we scored them. And one of them, like, literally was head and shoulders above all.
And it was the flamingo.
We were like, there was a flamingo. They were all flamingo. We decided.
Wait. No, that's the interesting part for me. How did you decide between flamingos and unicorns and cats or whatever else?
Honestly, I think it was just the score. Like, it had the highest volume as the flamingo and the lowest. It just seemed like the best one based on the data. So we just got we had like 5 different flamingo pool floats, and you would be amazed at the variety. Like one of them came and it was like that big, and it was just like it buys the entire point. Because like you get some really dodgy stuff when you're trying to get some stuff on AliExpress and Alibaba is legit, but some of it isn't. Like to be perfectly honest. And we found one that was just a clear winner.
What made this flamingo so good? What was it? What set it apart?
It just like, it wasn't even that it was amazing. It's just like there was nothing wrong with it.
That's a bar for the success.
Like all the other...
Was it like a thick float? You know, like you know, it's like going to be durable. It's not going to just like poke through. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like it looked good, and it didn't like deflate like after 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like honestly, that was the criteria kind of thing, that like it actually is fit for purpose of like you can blow it up, you can put it in the water, and something doesn't go wrong in this process. So yeah, that was kind of the criteria.
So how many of these did you order, and then how much did you make out of it, and why are you not a pool float mogul?
Why don't you own flamingopoolfloats.com right now?
I'll get to that. So first of all, we bought like maybe like the minimum order quantity was like 50. Like you can't order less than that.
Yeah.
I think we got like 50 or 100 or something. So let me be clear about something. I did not pay for these. So I did this on behalf of a company. So I work for a creative agency, and I was basically saying to them like, we're really good at making brands. Why don't we like create some brands online and sell some stuff instead, and do that instead? Not instead, but in addition. So we created quite a cool brand. It was called Tropic Crush. We did a photo shoot. It was like pretty cool. All the other listings just didn't look very good, and we were just like, let's just make a really cool listing. Yeah, we sold out like the 50 of it was 50 or 100. I can't remember which one, but we sold out. But then I left the agency. Obviously, I didn't make any money from this, and I left the agency. And it was a good experience and a good story, but I didn't actually make any money from it. But I know how to do it, so maybe one day.
Nice.
Yeah, that's it.
Very cool. That looks nice. So wait, are they still selling them?
No, they just like when I left.
Lush pool floats.
They kind of tried to get me to hand over.
Some or somewhere. Did you?
Yeah, that was my line. That was my line. This is the lipstick. I thought it was gone.
Oh my goodness, that's the winner.
That's okay. Look at you have the rule. I spent a lot of time analyzing the rules.
It's beautiful. And you got high ratings.
So the first
4.5. That's very good. 4. No, that's excellent. 4.7. That's excellent.
Our pool float flamingo is made of premium rubber for those who like to chill in style.
I think it's true.
That's great.
Yeah, the big thing was we had to stuff it with keywords so that it would get like ranked, like on Amazon's algorithm. But if you look, go to the top, go to the.
Is it possible to go to the beach?
Yes, the inflatable flamingo is very strong.
I don't remember where these came from. Was this me?
No,
I
this
don't
is
think this was
2019.
me. No, wait, oh my god, this is 2019. No, this is like 3
Someone
years
stole
after I
it.
left.
What weight is this? Thinking about luggage.
hijacked.
Weigh about 3 kilograms and put it in a fairly small box. Put it in the trunk and put it in the trunk.
This makes absolutely
Can
no
I
sense.
leave it in
whatsoever.
the pool all day long? Well, okay.
James, look. So when you scroll down, you can see.
Wait,
there's a
how
big
many
background
angles did you
underneath.
get on this guy?
Lots of angles.
Check this
Every
out.
angle.
Look.
It's not bad, is
That's
it?
pretty good. Is it
The
big
thing
enough
is-
to like could you float in the pool on that?
Yeah, you could lie on it.
No, but like you couldn't
Pretty
lie down on it. You could just sit on it. No?
It's got handles there, so you sort of.
You would probably, if you're a small person, you could lie on it, but most
Yeah.
grown
They would need
adults
to.
probably have to lie. It doesn't come with the sunglasses, by the way. We had to
Pool
write that.
floats for
somewhere.
adults looking to look extra fresh, but also suitable for kids from 6 and upwards.
Okay, I did write that. I did
Our
write
pool
that.
floaties include 2 hard rubber handles on the neck in case of unexpected waves or splash walls. This is
Oh, that's great.
this is super.
That's expert marketing.
I don't know if this is on topic,
Yeah.
David, but I hope it's interesting for your viewers. But maybe you could tie this into why I love working on the
Oh
internet.
yeah, definitely. That connects.
Because there's a lot of fun projects you can do.
So
on the internet.
JSD789 wants a quick summary of why there are flamingos on our screen. So Charlie Ward is the founder of Weekend Club. He's also an entrepreneur. He got hired by someone to start a new brand because he pitched that idea. They hired him to explore the wide array of all the possibilities on the internet. And he came down to flamingo beach floats.
Yeah.
And that was due to a lot of research around the most common search terms on Amazon that were unfulfilled, and also the highest quality pool float, because he ordered 5 different flamingo pool floats, all of different qualities, some of tiny sizes, and then decided that this one was the best, the highest quality, and as you can see, it proved out because it got 4.7 out of 5 as its final rating. He wrote all the marketing copy, did all the branding, did a photo shoot, and then left the agency after creating this brilliant success.
No, they fired him. It was the copy was just it was not premium rubber, and it did not give the enjoyment thereafter. Charlie? What did end up happening with the rubber flamingos? How many did you sell?
Well, we sold. Okay, I'm going to say we ordered 50
Mhm.
originally. It might have been more, but we sold out within about 2 months or 3 months. But then I left the company and they asked me to like hand it over, and I did. I actually did hand over like this is how you like reorder them, and this is how you keep market because it kind of all been set up.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? The hard work is setting up the listing, and they just like
You know
didn't
what? Our
continue it.
lives could
So-
have been very different because we all met through Weekend Club, which is
Mhm.
Charlie's company at the moment. And if the Flamingos were a
It sounds like
success-
you're gonna do a hostile takeover.
No, I was.
It's yours for now.
We've been planning it for a while.
If Tropic Crush was
You.
such a success and Charlie could have ripped the brand from the agency, he could have made
Yeah.
that his thing and just could have been the inflatable flamingo pool float
Yeah.
guy. Now
Instead of the
I know.
apple.
Sliding doors. Like if we hadn't met because that had gone well, that'd be
Wow.
a shame. But so what's interesting is I actually did try to recreate that success myself, but I was not as successful. So, but I'll explain why. So I tried to do the same thing, but bear with me here. Kids yoga mats,
Ooh.
because again I saw a good opportunity, and the reason we have not launched it, and the reason is, and this is the big thing, like if you're getting something off the shelf, say from AliExpress or Alibaba or whatever, like actually fairly easy to do this, but we tried to create a new product from scratch, and it is honestly like 20 times harder to create a physical product with a Chinese factory than just to buy it from them.
Right.
And so we have failed to do that so far. So that was an important lesson for me because I don't know how to make physical products. Like I kind of assumed it would be like a little bit harder, but it's actually like much harder. But you guys,
I think you need to have some connections in the country.
it's especially if you're manufacturing. I want to quickly tell the story of what happened with how I ended up making the leather wallets, because that started out. Go on.
I do just want to say in 4 minutes, Sergio, is it Sergio?
Make a log, dude.
Yeah.
I think it said.
Say it again.
I think
Sergio. He's going to be on in about 3.5 minutes. So just to let you guys know, and he's going to be talking all about the maker community and everything. You guys are welcome to stay on the chat.
Don't worry. I can get this done in 3 minutes.
Okay.
So
I unfortunately need to go at the end of that 4 minutes, and also I don't want to pollute Sergio's conversation with pool folks. I'll let you finish. James,
no, I mean,
go
if I then I feel like I'm hogging it because I'm going to stay on, and Charlie.
No, go for it.
Okay, all right. So February 2018, I wanted to start a drop shipping store. I saw those Facebook ads. I thought I could get rich with drop shipping, and I knew Charlie at this point. So I in one Tuesday evening, I set up a Shopify store, bought a domain, and thought, well, this is easy. And I had to choose a product to sell. Chose phone cases off AliExpress. I was like, everyone needs a phone case, so I can surely sell these by the bucket load. Turns out it's wrong, and sort of progressed it for a while, and then got into trying to really make some good phone cases. And then I realized that you couldn't control the distribution at all, and it was just really hard to get a good quality product and manage the marketing of it as well. So I then tried to see if I could buy these in bulk and do my own packaging, so it make it look like it's from me. Turns out that was difficult as well, because the similar reasons Charlie's talking about, getting a supplier in China, just too difficult. And the minimum order quantities are like, you want to buy 10,000 phone cases? I was like, no, but can you do 50? Because you can't just buy one phone case. It's got to be all the different sizes, different types of phones, colors. So that just ended up being too expensive. And then
it's like when I looked for wedding tents on AliExpress, and they're like, "Oh, you have to buy 2." I'm like, I don't need 2 wedding tents.
Do you want to partner with someone who's also having a wedding? Who wants that one specific tent from AliExpress? Anyway, for a weird turn of events, I was in Spain and I had this brand that was doing nothing, and there was these these lovely leather bags that I bought, and Dad was like, "Why don't you just sell them through Fiberol, which is what it was called up until a few months ago?" And I was like, "Not sure. Maybe I'll try." So I tried to make that work. I tried to get in touch with the guy in Spain to sort of import these lovely leather bags and sell them. That didn't work. It was too expensive, and I sort of lost interest. And then I turned to leather wallets because I wanted to try and get. I wanted something a bit smaller. I then realized that I really liked my leather wallet, but I couldn't buy it again. Tried to find someone in the UK to make it, and it ended up being about £150 per wallet to make. And I just thought, I can't afford that. Oh, Sergio's in. Oh, I'm almost finished.
Hey,
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Sergio, great to have you.
Hi, folks.
Thank you for making the time to stop by. It really means a lot.
Congratulations on the remake launch. This is a really huge event. I'm really happy about what you're doing to help makers ship MVPs faster. So great job.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right.
I am very inspired by you also. I'll just do, well, actually first let's, I guess say goodbye to Charlie. He said he had to go, I think at 3 p.m. Or EST. Charlie, thank you so much for stopping by. Charlie is the founder of Weekend Club. If you want a place to hang out online and ship products, I would recommend Weekend Club as well as MakerLog. So yeah, thank you so much. It was a great conversation, and I am looking forward to the day you buy that brand back.
Me too, David. Thanks so much for having me on, and congrats again on the remake launch. It's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers,
Bye-bye.
Charlie.
So Sergio, you are working on MakerLog. I don't know a ton about your story. You don't have to go into it if you don't want to, but I know you're working on kind of a free alternative to a lot of other communities that are out there. It's been a huge success. You've inspired a ton of makers. You support a lot of makers with your work, online, offline. And I think, yeah, you're just a huge asset to the community. So I really appreciate that. I know a lot of other people really, value your voice and your, just your passion for the community, right? So yeah, that's my introduction for you. Welcome to the live stream. And if you want to introduce yourself as well, feel free.
Thank you so much, David. Hi, folks. I am Sergio Mate. I am an entrepreneur from Caguas, Puerto Rico, and I'm a maker. And I'm shipping, of course, as David said, getmakerlog.com, which is a site where folks can log their daily tasks, daily completed tasks, up their streaks, gain a streak of consecutive days shipping their progress, and become more consistent while they're at it. So that's basically who I am and what I do. So it all started basically because my entire life I've been a maker, right? So since I was 12 years old, or since I was possibly even before then, I've been shipping little things, right? So I got my start at a little site builder called webs.com from really back in the day. And that's where I started when I found the passion that I had for web development, right? So I would make little things for my friends, but then again, nobody would really understand it because, we were in 6th, 5th grades, some crazy stuff like that. So I'd show my friends, they'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, I don't know what you're doing, but that's cool, right? So I really never felt like I had a community of people who supported me or even knew what I did, especially here in where I live, which is Puerto Rico. We're an island. We're pretty much a small island. I live in a smaller town, which is Caguas. So that's not really in the metropolitan area, pretty far away from anything tech related. So there really is no support network for me here. So eventually I found the maker community. Basically, I discovered Peter Levels, right? And I went through the rabbit hole of discovering what makers are. And oh my God, there's more people like me. So I discovered the maker community. I immediately fell in love with it because I finally found a community for people who do what I do and enjoy with the same things that I do. It's like finally going into a room and discovering that there's other people that know what you're talking about when you talked about, I don't know,
what a great
PHP
feeling.
or right, or Python or something. And it was a really welcoming feeling. So I decided to Make MakerLog inspired, of course, on other amazing communities that also exist with the same concept in the space. So I decided to make MakerLog as a free alternative. It initially was supposed to be like a little thing for myself, for me to keep track basically local host of my own streak and whatnot. But
Nice.
People start using it from the Maker's Kitchen Slack, and it became its own thing. And I started growing it and working on it, and it's basically been my work since.
That's awesome. What were like some of the first communities, like maker communities that you joined that inspired you?
For sure, my first maker community, aside from just generally being on Twitter, being active on Twitter and looking at makers' work, was definitely the Maker's Kitchen, right? So there was this huge Slack community called Maker's Kitchen. And I found the Slack URL somewhere, I joined it, and I immediately was greeted by a bunch of makers, right? And I immediately found my home there, right? So I basically found a lot of people who did exactly the same thing that I did. And it was an amazing thing. It was like, wow, okay, so I'm in a chat where I can, after I come from school or whatever, I can come here and interact with people that know what I'm talking about. It was a fantastic experience. The Maker's Kitchen, I think it's still up. It's probably still up, and some people do interact in there. So definitely check it out, folks, when you get the chance, as well as the MakerLog community, telegram.me/MakerLog.
Yeah. What was like one of your first like experiences of like getting support from the community, and like when you like realized it was super valuable to have that?
That's a pretty good question. I knew the value from the immediate moment that I entered the community, particularly because as I said, I've never had a kind of support network ever, period. And now suddenly I found this place where there's a lot of people who understand the same things I do and enjoy shipping things. So I immediately grasped the value there. But the support was more tangible and more interesting when people started signing up for the stuff that I was making. Right. So I was making MakerLog, and I kind of opened it up just for kicks. I threw it up on a server just for kicks, and people started signing up for it. People started liking it and using it and beta testing and giving me feedback. And that was actually my first experience building in public. Right. So MakerLog initially wasn't that big on building in public, at least in terms of concept, simply because it was just a way for me to become more productive through streaks. Then over time, I started adopting more of the core tenets of the maker community, which is openness, transparency, building in public, getting feedback from the community and building with the people you are targeting, right? Which is a really valuable thing. That was when I realized it.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about like how your concept of building in public and the value of that has like changed over time? Because I imagine like this is a movement, right? It's kind of a nascent movement. I don't think it's always been known this way. And you've kind of grown up alongside it, right? How has like your understanding of it and its value changed over the years?
That's interesting. Building in public has changed over the years because for me, it's just been the experience of doing it. Building alongside my audience and the people who I'm targeting. At first, I didn't really grasp the value of it, especially because I didn't even know. When I entered the maker community, I started making MakerLog. When it started blowing up, I knew nothing about entrepreneurship. I was a maker. I made things, but I wouldn't consider myself an entrepreneur. I did at the time, but I didn't really know much about, for example, the lean startup, customer discovery, indie making. The substance of customer discovery and
research and getting an idea of the market and product market fit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So over time, as I learned about those things while I built MakerLog and while I was succeeding, I gained an appreciation for how brilliant building in public is as a concept. Because once you start learning about customer discovery, you start learning about building for your target audience, and you connect the dots between building in public and all of that lean startup stuff, you realize, wow, this is actually a really brilliant way if done right. I mean, of course, if you build in the echo chamber, if you build in the maker community, sure, you're getting support and validation, but you're not really validating your product or idea if you're not targeting them, right? But as in general, the concept of building in public became much more brilliant, and it really started fitting into why this is such a great thing and why what I feel every maker should try it. Because aside from building an audience, aside from finding your community, finding people who support you, you're also kind of connecting the business dots, right? Connecting the business dots that would eventually lead to your business being successful. So
Yeah.
I've really grown to appreciate building in public in the business sense too, as a business strategy.
So I know you've kind of already just gone through it a little bit right there, but let's say like there's someone watching right now who is they've maybe built some products, you know, like you had before joining the maker community, but they haven't really gotten validation or really like built in public at all. How would you like convince them, or like what would you tell them about the maker movement to like get them started?
First of all, I'd tell them to start like I did. Hop in the chats, start introducing yourself, start dropping by, perhaps even a link to your site so people get interested and start looking at it, because you will immediately receive the warmth. You will immediately receive the warmth and the embrace of the maker community, which is hugely important to everybody, especially in these times. You know, nowadays we're more isolated than we've ever been. It's been a really difficult experience for everybody. For me, it's been really, really, really difficult being isolated in a room for basically 8 months. It's been crazy. But the maker community and its warmth and seeing everybody support each other, seeing people achieve great things is not only inspiring, but also it's like a warm hug from a friend you've not seen in a long time, and you finally see them going, oh my God, hi. So that's the first thing you will really come to appreciate. Having a community that's there for you, to stand by you and support you every step of the way. And the second thing is you'll notice you start growing an audience of people. I personally think that you shouldn't try to grow your audience as hard. I think some people try too hard to grow their audience, and it comes across as unauthentic. But as long as you're yourself, you're authentic, and you really do try to provide value to people, you will see as your audience starts to grow. Mostly developer-oriented folks if you're in the maker community, but you start growing an audience, and people will like to listen to you and understand and get to know what you're actually building. And and I think the third big break for you will be that you'll notice that you'll become a lot more consistent, right? So once you start getting a spotlight on you, once you start, for example, start logging on MakerLog and sharing your projects online, you'll notice that you'll become a lot more consistent. You'll notice that you will kind of you kind of have a little voice in the back of your head telling you, hey, this is public now. You might as well finish it and launch it. And of course, as I always say, ship that shit.
Nice.
You'll be getting a stronger desire to ship things. And I really do think it's generally a net positive for anybody who joins the maker community. Even if it's just interacting in the chats, you will get some benefit out of it. So absolutely drop by the chats, start following makers, get inspired, get in on the groove, because you will get a lot of value from it.
What would you say to someone who's been working on a project for, let's say, like 9 months, and they feel like they need another 9 months to finish it and actually ship it? What would you say to that person?
That's a very, very interesting case scenario, because I would say that lately I've been coming against. I've been really against. I go on Twitter, and sometimes I find that people give too broad advice, or people come on and say you need to do this or that. I generally think, first of all, I do think ship that shit. Ship it as soon as possible, or as soon as you feel that it's ready. It doesn't need to be perfect. Just ship it. If you feel it needs 9 more months because, X reason, you know what? I'm not anybody to challenge you. Go ahead, take the 9 more months. I do not recommend taking so long to ship something. I don't think it's a particularly wise strategy. But if you really feel that way, go ahead, do it. And if you fail spectacularly, you learn something along the way.
Is there any downside to like not shipping right away? Like, why wouldn't, like, when you're thinking about like building in public and just shipping, and you have this, community around you, and let's say, you have that, semi-working product, it's a bit ugly, it doesn't function exactly how you want, maybe you don't think it has product market fit yet or whatever, right? You're afraid. Is there, like, do you think there's a downside to just, pushing the publish button?
I don't think there is. If it really sucks, it's just a really bad product, you'll get feedback. People will tell you, hey, this is a really bad product. And I just find it funny to imagine that. But people can be really ruthless on the internet. But the value of the ruthlessness is that now you do know for sure it's a really bad product, but at the same time, you know why it's a really bad product. People will be ruthless. People will tell you, hey, this feature sucks. This has a lot of potential, but you're not doing it right. And now you'll have a lot more empirical data about what people really want, right? So, of course, you can't do everything that people ask you to do because you need to be wise and align everything to your business goals and understand what is significant and what's not. But now you have a lot more empirical data on what to build, right? So previously it was just a hunch, right? You thought you had an idea of the market. Now you kind of think that perhaps you need to ship this, or people really like X feature, but maybe that's not really the case in the real world. But now you have people telling you what they want. Now you have people telling you, this is shit. You need to fix this. You need to fix that. You need to fix this. From that, you can get a general understanding what the market looks like. So I suggest ship it fast, even if it's an embarrassment, even if it's like not fantastic. And hell, I'm not going to say that I am perfect at shipping things fast, because I'm not. I have a general idea that I need to ship things as fast as possible, but I do tend to take my sweet time with engineering. Sometimes because I find it fun. Sometimes because the inner perfectionist gets to me. But I try at least to base most of my shipping-ish things on feedback. I have a little feedback database, which I suggest everybody does. I will go on to that a little later in the podcast, but try to ship it as fast as possible. Even if you take a little time, don't guilt yourself over it too much. Just have that goal in mind to get that thing out the door. Even if it doesn't fit your standards at the time, even if there's this really important feature missing, just get it out there. Don't force yourself, but have the general goal in mind that it is important for you to ship this thing.
So I have another question around that. So we're talking a lot about shipping, and I think for me, even personally, I've been in this community for a while. I don't have like a exact definition of that term. It's okay. It looks good. Can you explain to us what, if you're shipping something, what does that mean? Like, what is that action?
Of course. Shipping is basically launching it, be it in your target community or going to your target audience and showing them the thing, or it could even be a product hunt launch. Shipping is just generally getting it into somebody's hands. That's what I define it to be, shipping. It could be a tester, it could be the entire wide world by making an open beta, anything. Just make it something like a tangible endpoint. Let's say getting your first beta user, telling somebody from, I don't know, somebody who has a problem to try it out or see if it maybe solves the problem, right?
Right.
Getting into people's hands is the general goal. So you can gather data, perhaps validate the product or necessity, and of course, know for real what people actually do want.
That's awesome. So some people say that you should market your product before you build it. What do you think about that?
I think that's a pretty brilliant scheme. I've never done it, particularly because my main project has been Maker. I haven't really tackled many projects since. And in a way, I did market it while I built it, not before I built it, but while I built it, because I was just building it out of necessity for me, and other people seem to try it. So I can't really comment too much on that style, but at least from an outer look, it looks pretty brilliant. I think it's a good idea. I've seen, I remember a very specific example, and I think it was Dropbox. Dropbox started out as a video. It was basically a video posted into Hacker News. There was no product. There was nothing done yet. It was just a video. Hacker News, of course, piled on it, as they always do. But in general, I think it's a pretty good idea. I haven't done it. I can't comment. But it's certainly something to try.
Okay. And if you were to take that advice back to the early days of MakerLog, how would you have done that with MakerLog?
You know what? I actually don't know. I wouldn't know because I haven't really tried it. I haven't sat down to think about that strategy. I do it. Actually, I do it, but mostly when I ship features. When I ship new features, I go around, I tease it a little bit. I go on Twitter, I tease an idea or something. Twitter, although I've found that Twitter is not a particularly accurate source for people for shipping things, but I have done it. I would say just teasing the idea is what has worked for me, teasing it a little bit to see how people react, test the waters a little bit. That's basically what I've done. And I can't comment on specifics because I haven't really, made a conscious effort to try it. It's just generally been me trying things that maybe work.
Dave,
So,
we've got a few questions coming in. Just from
I just got one. I wanted to ask if someone wanted to publish their product and they were wondering where they should publicize it. And I think this is especially if just a couple years ago, I wasn't super involved in the maker community. And just the idea of building an audience was really appealing to me. But you said, and I agree with you, you don't necessarily want to focus on that, right? What do you think is the right thing to focus on there instead of building an audience? And if you don't have an audience yet, how do you get started? Where do you start posting things? And how, right?
It's a bit of a multi-layered question. So it's basically where do you post your product and whether to build an audience or what to focus on in the early days. For the first question, which would be where to post your product, it depends. In MakerLog's case, it's been easy because it's basically Product Hunt, Twitter, the places where makers hang out, basically, indie hackers, going around, posting and spreading the word, of course, providing value to people. The answer to that question is very variable. It really depends. Who are you targeting? Where are those people you're targeting? Are you targeting indie makers, which is kind of a shaky market to target, talking from experience.
Why is that?
Because indie makers are not very likely to pay, right? There is a bit of a bubble in the SaaS sense. That's something that I've been kind of interested in. I can't go into specifics because I haven't really formed any opinions on it yet. I'm still in the process of evaluating what's going on in the indie sphere to comment on it. But they're not a particularly great market. It's kind of saturated too. A lot of people are trying to sell to each other, which is kind of difficult. And makers in particular are pretty low budget because we're basically starting up. We're making MVPs. We're getting our products off the ground. But in response to the original question, it depends on what you're building. So there's no right answer there. And that's why it's so difficult to get started marketing a product, because it's all very variable. There's no right formula. There's no do this and you will get 1 million users. It comes down to understanding your market, understanding who you're targeting, really. Sometimes sheer luck, straight up being in the right place at the right time, maybe targeting the right people at the right time.
Right. So, and that all connects back to what you were saying before of just putting yourself out there. Once you start doing that, then you never know where the dots are going to connect.
Precisely. I think the best strategy is generally go to where the people are at and be as genuine as possible. That's been my strategy. I really just, I don't try to be too much. I don't try to be something I'm not. I just build something that I really love, and of course try to provide as much value to the community as I can. And I think that's a pretty good strategy for people who are starting out marketing in new communities. Just be authentic, really provide something of value, provide either a service of value or provide motivation, or just generally be present in the community. And I think everything should work from there. Of course, it's down to luck. We can't really tell you that it's a formula for success. But of course, going where your target audience is, understanding it is a formula for slightly better chances of success.
Right, absolutely. James, is there any particular question in chat that we want to take?
Yeah, you covered the one I was going to ask about, sort of where to post things when you're starting out. But there's just an interesting point come up about copycats and people worrying about building in public, because depending on how much you're sharing, if you're sharing your roadmap or what you're working on in particular, depending on how deep you go, it can be quite easy for people to copy. I know James Berry, he built a bot for Depop. He got almost his entire product copied just from doing one live stream, sharing a little bit too much. How do you sort of speak to people about not worrying about copycats? Because we touched on this earlier about it is more about the execution than the idea.
Of course, copycats are an interesting topic. MakerLike started out as one, so I certainly have some experience in that aspect. But copycats are an interesting topic. I see a lot of people kind of worried about that, and the truth is, 99% of copycats won't succeed. And that's just basically the truth. It comes down to execution. It comes down to the person behind the product, because if the person is just doing it out of, whatever motivation, is not really passionate about the problem, or just cares about, I don't know, maybe building an audience or launching or clout, whatever, they're not going to succeed, because it takes a lot more for successful product than, of course, cloning something that looks to be working. So if you're building a product in public, I would say don't worry that much about copycats. The benefits that you get from building in public, which is, of course, validation, a deep connection with your audience, because these are people who are helping you build your product, and you're involving them in the building process, and it's really, really valuable. Not many companies have that. That's extremely valuable.
Would you almost say it's kind of like the flip side of what Paul Graham says, where he says that he doesn't invest in ideas, he invests in teams, and you're kind of saying on the flip side, you're investing in your audience. And, if you are genuine with them, if you're providing real value for them, they're here for you as well as for your product. But you're investing in your audience, not necessarily, 100% in the product, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of a dual
Precisely.
approach.
It's basically that combined with the same thing that Paul Graham said. It's, first of all, your audience, your deep connection to your audience, and of course, building in public, sharing everything, being completely transparent, which is something that not many people can do. And that is an interesting advantage, because perhaps most copycats or clones will also be afraid of building in public, will be more afraid of building in public because you have more experience at that than they do. Perhaps, it is a scary concept. Not everybody can do it. And two, of course, the entrepreneur comes down to you. Do you have the passion for it? Do you really care about the problem you're solving? Is it something that perhaps if it doesn't, perhaps as an example, it doesn't go viral, a product on Twitter, you're going to drop it, There's a lot of factors that come into it. And the reality is most clones just don't make it. Most clones don't make it. They are a frustration. It's frustrating to go somewhere and see that somebody basically cloned your entire work. Somebody the other day actually cloned MakerLog. It launched on Product Hunt, and it was basically a one-to-one clone. My strategy with it, and it's basically kind of it's almost dead now at this point. It was like a month or two ago, so you know how it is. If you want a couple of tips, if you've been cloned, this is your I got cloned help 101. If you get cloned, resist the urge to give them an audience, right? So you will be pissed off. You will be very pissed off. You look at that thing, you'll be like, oh, fuck these guys. And if you have an audience, you might be tempted to take your audience and tell them, go after this guy, bash him out of existence,
Yeah.
point the laser
Get
beams
him
at
out
the
of
guy,
here. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's the worst thing you can do, because you are giving this person a voice, you're giving this person an audience. You don't want to do that. You don't want to give these people an audience. You preferably just want to look at it, get angry, and move on with your life. Second, don't let the thoughts of increased competition or whatever kind of settle in your mind. Keep it out of mind as much as possible. Hell, even block the site on your computer if it's a website. Keep it out of mind as much as possible, unless they become a threat. Of course, if they become a threat to your core market, reevaluate, and hell, maybe even clone stuff from them. That's a good strategy. It sounds bad, but it's a good strategy. If they're doing something right, if they're innovating, they're growing, maybe you need to evaluate what they're doing. Maybe you need to look at it from a more objective perspective and take a look at, hey, what are these people doing right that I'm not? And perhaps clone their features back. It sounds bad, it sounds ugly, but it's a completely valid strategy. So if it's not a threat, keep it out of mind, I would say. Don't think about it too much. Eventually, they're like most clones do, they'll just die out. That's just the truth of it. That's what I think about clones. That's my general strategy towards handling clones. In the last clone situation we had, some members of the community went after the clone guys. I personally couldn't resist throwing a couple of jabs at them because it was kind of funny. But I limited it to maximum 1 tweet or 2, and I deleted them like 30 minutes after, because I generally felt that it wouldn't be worth it. Drama is not worth it. It gives them an audience. It gives them eyes. It's not generally productive for you either. It gives you stress. It gives you anxiety. It makes you angry. Don't even acknowledge clones.
What was it called? Faker logs?
Oh no, it was called I don't want to mention it, but it was just you could call it that. Looking at the homepage, you could call it that. It was pretty much a 1-to-1 clone. Funny thing is, the old Maker log is going away. There's a completely new Maker log version coming soon, and they kind of cloned the old one. So.
Nice. That's exciting, and it also proves the point of you can't copy something that's in progress, right?
Yeah, you can't copy the vision. You can't copy the roadmap unless it's public. But of course, in that case, you have to be kind of building in public isn't black or white, right? You have to be selective about things. Be really open about your product progress. Be really open about your general vision for it. But of course, have criteria. Don't make everything public. For example. Right now in MakerLog, we have we have some stuff going on that I can't talk about. We have some deals in progress and stuff. Obviously, I can't make that public, and there's even some longer roadmap stuff that I can't make public because of just general criteria that I have.
Well, what can you make public? You just told us a new MakerLog is coming. I'm sure you're working on that, 24/7. Can you tell us a little bit about what's coming?
Of course. Right now, the new MakerLog is alpha.getmakerlog.com. So I'm building it, of course, in public, open. Anybody can try the alpha. It's been there since basically some of the first Git commits. In a nutshell, it's a completely renovated version of MakerLog. It brings something that a lot of makers have been asking, and personally, I'm really glad to have, which is full mobile support for the website, right? So the old website wasn't very responsive. It was just a failing we've had since MakerLog started. The new website is fully responsive, fully functional on mobile.
Awesome.
It's been built like that from the ground up. It's basically a complete refactor of the web code base to be a lot faster. It's a lot more performant. It takes up less resources in your machine. Who doesn't like that? It's a clean, new, refreshing look, and it addresses a lot of feedback that we've got from the community in our trusty feedback database. No new features as of now, except actually, new features there are. Reminders, which is basically getting tweeted at daily. And there's a setting for you to get tweets daily while you build your habit or something, or get messages daily, for example. But I've tried to keep it as light as possible, as feature compatible as possible. There are changes in, for example, discoverability. I did add tags. Tags is awesome because it allows us to kind of show related products to each other and kind of help connect the dots between products built in public. But I've tried to keep it as feature lean as possible.
The tags, are they public?
Public. You can add tags or products.
Nice.
It could be, for example, MakerLog is tagged as productivity, social networking, and it will show you related
Nice.
products to those tags, right? So I'm looking to build a better engine for people to discover indie-made products on the platform and help them make better purchasing decisions, right? Everybody wants to use more indie products. So
Absolutely.
in that case,
Yeah.
discoverability
Support
is really
indie.
important.
Yeah, definitely. If I see a product that is made by an indie maker and it's even slightly worse than like the mainstream product, I will use the indie maker product.
Of course.
100%.
Yeah, everybody wants to support indie makers. We want to support entrepreneurs, up-and-coming entrepreneurs. So having a better discoverability engine on MakerLog for finding products built openly is such a great win for the community. And that's something I'm really working on in the next month or so.
So let's say someone was just getting started on MakerLog today. What would you advise them to do as like the first thing? And I'll leave you off with this question because I know we've taken up a lot of your time.
Hey, no worries about it. In general, I would say the first thing you need to do, the very first thing you need to do, join the chats, join Telegram, join MakerLog discussions, post a discussion, introduce yourself and your product. Excuse me. Join the Slack, join the Twitter community, perhaps ask to be added to the makers list on MakerLog, on Get MakerLog, the Twitter handle. Introduce yourself, make yourself present. People will warmly embrace you. The community will warmly embrace you and welcome you into our community. That's the first step. That's the first step to really get a taste of how amazing the maker community can be. The second step, start building up that habit. It's very difficult. It can get difficult at times, but you will really find how you will enjoy the streak when it gets to 30. Oh, tips, of course. Use the Telegram bot. Use the integrations.
I mean about building up the habit.
Building up the habit, of course. Set up a calendar appointment. It does help for me to set up a calendar appointment and kind of have a moment to reflect on what I've done during the day, or just keep the MakerLog tab open so it kind of reminds you to go in there and lock your streak. Or the approach which I personally like, because I do a lot of asynchronous tasks. I like this approach the most. It's just generally always having a MakerLog tab open, and after I complete every task, type it in. It really helps me kind of keep the flow going and keep the community informed of what I'm doing. And I usually get some pretty good feedback in the comments. So that's a really good approach to build the habit.
Okay, well, that sounds awesome. I'm really looking forward to the MakerLog 2.0 or alpha, I guess. I'm going to go check it out right now. Is there anything else that you want to leave us with about MakerLog or the maker community?
Of course, folks, sign up to getmakerlog.com, create an account, start logging your tasks. You'll find a really welcoming community that really enjoys helping up-and-coming makers. Make yourself present in the community, get into the chats, start interacting with folks, learn to start meeting the community and watching, for example, great videos like Peter Levels. He did an amazing keynote years back that is really inspiring. Go watch that keynote. I don't remember exactly the name of it, but I'm pretty sure somebody will drop it in the chat. It was a keynote by Peter Levels called How to Build Profitable Side Startups, I think. Watch that keynote, get inspired. Of course, follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Matang. That's it, folks. I hope you have a really great day. And of course, build in public. Build your product in public. Ship that shit as fast as you possibly can. And I hope you have a great day.
Awesome. Thank you for the great conversation. It was so much fun to have you on. And it's always, I mean, I can't say always. It's the first time I talked to you, but it was just a really nice conversation. It's great to hear from someone who knows so much about the maker community and is, supporting it so much.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure to be here. And folks, congrats on the launch. Congrats on Remake. It's an amazing product. You're helping makers ship that shit, which is fantastic. So great work.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm thinking about it as the no excuse not to ship web app framework.
Basically.
Okay. Well, thank you again. And I'll look forward to seeing you on MakerLog.
All right, folks. It's been a pleasure. Bye.
Thanks for joining, dude.
Bye.
Nope. I opened the chat. There we go. Bye.
What a guy.
Well, that was fun.
That was fun.
And there goes 50% of our audience.
Well, no,
Goodbye.
it was good that everyone joined in the conversation, got going a little bit there, because I mean, he brings so much energy around what he's doing and inspiring makers to be shipping things. And I think that goes back to our earlier conversation a little bit about people sort of working away for things for 9 months and not sharing it, and how detrimental that can be. And that's like the complete polar opposite of ship it, get stuff out there, post what you're doing, show your progress. Don't worry about copycats, because at the end of the day, it's the execution that matters. And what it also shows is how amazing the community of makers and indie hackers is, because it is a supportive one. It's one that I found when I came into it, that as a non-technical person, I wasn't really building anything at the time. I was doing freelance video. I mean, there's not a huge amount of indie hackers that are doing freelance video and trying to build something with that. And yet everyone embraced me and was interested in it. And I had something a little bit unique, and I could then take experiences from everyone else, get feedback from you as someone on the other side of the planet doing completely different things to me, to get your feedback and your perspective. And you never knew me. We've never met in person, but that's what makes this community so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's really magical to honestly, just to be able to connect with someone who's on the other side of the world, who has similar interests to you. And I think that's what Sergio was basically saying, is that, like, if you find that community, if you can like join in and start a conversation, immediately you're gonna like find that warmth. You're gonna be welcomed in, and you're gonna get the support that you need to bring your product to the finish line. And I think also what he's saying is like, yeah, ship it again, ship it 6 months later, right? There's no harm in like shipping it right now, today. Just start talking about it, start pushing it out there. If Google talks about it, if Google copies it, steals it, they're going to shut it down 6 months later anyways, right? So
yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah. You need that motivation, you need the vision as a founder. And I think it was amazing how he was saying, like, just 2 weeks ago, right, there was a MakerLog copy, and now they're not only not doing well, they're struggling, but there's a completely different version of MakerLog coming out. I mean, it's just the perfect example of like why copycatting doesn't work.
Yeah, and that, to be honest, there's also room for everyone. The reason that bootstrappers can, it's not going broke or nothing. You can build something that gets you to 5,000-10,000 MRR that sustains you, and you don't have to worry about paying investors. That's money for investing back into the business, for you, for growing the business. And that's another one of the beauties of indie hacking and bootstrapping, as opposed to so there's space in the market for you to be able to get to that point. Whereas if Google makes that product, I'm sure they wouldn't be very happy if they only got to 10k MRR. They'd need to see a much bigger investment in it, because I'm sure they put resource into it. David, we're sort of coming towards the end of your day. What's next for you after today? You've put in so much work to get to this point. The launch day, we're here, we're rounding it. Well, it's late in the day for me. You've got the rest of the day to go. But what happens from this point to you?
Well, I have an interesting story. I wanted to launch this month because 2 months from now, my wife and I are having a baby. So I'm actually not going to be able to be as involved in the indie maker community. I still will be, of course. I will be, joining the chats, doing live streams like this, working on Remake. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew says congrats on the baby. But I think at the end of the day, building a company is a long-term project, and is having a family and building a family, and I can take it a little bit slower, right? And that's not to say anyone who signed up for Remake today, don't worry. I'm still going to be working on it every week, putting in time here and there. But yeah, no, I think I need to, or not I need to, I want to slow down. I want to be a little bit more mindful.
So I just said he's launching Tiny People now. Insane. Put that one on Product Hunt. Upvotes on your baby. But I think it's good that you're aware of that you're going to slow down a bit and focus on raising your kiddo as opposed to trying to hustle away on this business. And I think taking things slowly, I think generally in business is another benefit of bootstrapping. You can go slow, smart. One of the things I like about Charlie, who was on the stream earlier, he is quite calculated about the moves he makes with Weekend Club. It's taken a while. It's taken a year or so for him to get to 1,000 in MRR. It does take time, and you can be slower because you're building on the side. You might have a full-time income. You might be contracting, and you don't have to go all in on it.
Yeah, I also think that, so like one thing that has kept me sane during this launch, and like it's been like, I mean, I've been the most productive I've ever been in my whole life during the past 2 weeks. I built out new sections of the website, gotten new testimonials, built out like 2 new products for Remake, like just an insane amount of work. And one thing that's really helped with that is realizing that breaks enhance productivity and my happiness. And every time I'm feeling stressed, every time I'm feeling that rush to just go, I'm like, okay, that's the sign. I'm going to take a step away from the computer, even just for 5 minutes, just like look out the window for 5 minutes and just try to find some boredom, right? Because boredom is peace, right?
Man,
when you're in the middle of that.
You're so right. And a lot of people don't look after themselves as much as they should, especially when they're building something they're passionate about. I'll plug Anne Law from Nest Labs again, and her all the content she does around mindful productivity. And I did one of the early episodes of Indie Bites with her, and it actually did make me think a lot about how, have you just in the comment about hope that baby was made in private? No building in public on that one. Get commit M baby.
I like the makes baby once, puts user experience designer on CV. That's great.
That's good. The comments are good, man. But yeah, so Anne Law really sort of made me think a lot about being mindful about building stuff, and when you're building something you enjoy so much, you want to spend a lot of your time on it, but that even if you do enjoy it, it will lead to burnout. I'm an advocate of trying to look after yourself, taking naps if you're tired, making sure you're getting enough sleep, because if you're not sleeping, you're not going to be working well. So just build your stuff slowly. Don't worry too much. Don't try and put yourself into a bad position just because you're working too hard.
Yeah. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. As a founder, you do have a tendency to become your product, right? You get a little wrapped up in it. It's like your baby, it's if it's affected, you're affected. And I think taking that step back and realizing, no, in fact, I'm not my product. I have a separate identity. I can, go off and do other things. And I don't think it's bad, right, to be attached to your product, to want it to succeed, to be really super invested in it. But I think it's also important to be a human being who walks and breathes, in the waking world. But it's an interesting balance, and it's something that I struggle with daily. I have some pretty intense anxiety myself sometimes, but it's the most fun I've ever had at the same time. It's just so cool to work on something that you love doing.
Again, and that's where communities, Makerlog, Indie Hackers, Weekend Club, just everyone on Twitter is supportive of it. And I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have started this podcast if it wasn't for the Indie Hackers community and being able to ask people questions. Should I start this? And people motivating you to do it, and it puts some of that anxiety at bay. And I'm not so worried because I know everyone is going to be supportive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's huge to find a community where you feel like you belong. I think that goes back to Get Makerlog, but also, you know, Charlie Ward with Weekend Club, and, you know, any other, I think Get Makerlog is an excellent place. It's free. I would highly recommend just joining that and start posting there. But I also think that, like, join somewhere where you feel uniquely you, you feel supported to be you. And no matter where that is, right? And that's really going to be the key, right? Because that's going to keep you motivated long term. It's going to keep you building in public. That's going to, I mean, we miss out so much with the emotional connection to other people when we're just head down focused on building a product, and building in public brings that back, right? We get that emotional resonance with other people, other product makers who are just as passionate as we are about what we're doing, and they want to support us because, you know, they want to be supported, but also just because they think what we're doing is cool, right? And there's nothing cooler than seeing something new on the internet, right? There's this, I mean, I still can't, like, keep it in my head on a daily basis that we're, like, in this globally connected, you know, network where I can post something today, you can see it, you know, halfway around the world, and, like, you might not even know me or have heard about me before. I mean, I think the world is still, and, like, I don't say this lightly, I think the world is still getting used to that idea. And it's a beautiful idea. And I think the more we share, the more we put out there, you know, the more connected and like the more beautiful things that we can create. I even think copycats most of the time, and, you know, I don't want to say this lightly as if I'm ignoring all of the concerns about them, because I know a lot of people in the chat have some pretty serious concerns about them. But I think they're also learning. You know, I think a lot of that copycatting comes from, you see an artist or you see a maker who is, you know, better than you, right? And you want to, that's how we learn, right? We don't learn, you know, how to speak or how to read by just, like, instant, you know, switch turns on. We do it by copying, right? And that's how we learn everything. And I think all of us have copied each other in one way or another, and it's only by mixing and matching mixing and matching things together that we're going to, like, reach the next level, that we're going to, like, create that next big product, that next big experience, that new idea that's going to, you know, help shape the world.
It's so hard to have an idea that is completely unique and original. You look at the big social networks at the moment, with Twitter now introducing fleets, like, and you look at Instagram when they copied TikTok and made Reels. There's no shame in that
Some
whatsoever.
of the biggest companies in the world.
Shame, completely copying. And so it does happen. And Christina, who runs Content UK, community of content marketers, she saw someone who launched a similar community to her, and she thought, oh no, all my users are going to go there instead of to my one. And I said, don't worry about that. Don't look at them. Just focus on what you're doing, because you're doing a really good thing here. And we have this tendency to look at people that are doing other things maybe similar to us, and you think, oh, they're doing it better. But celebrate your own wins and what you're doing well, because Christina was doing great work. She was doing really fantastic work, and she was worried about someone else doing something similar. And I think if you want to run a coffee shop and there's another few coffee shops in your street, you're not going to stop and not open a coffee shop. There is room for everyone on that high street to have a coffee shop.
Well, maybe now, maybe with COVID, I would.
Yeah. But I think I went to my local coffee shop and was like, "Why did you start?" And he said, "Oh, well, I really loved coffee." I said, "Yeah, but there's 15 other artisanal coffee shops down the high street." And he said, "Well, I really wanted to roast my own coffee and sell it, and now they've got a nice little community of people."
Yeah. I think there is really something really to that, because, like Sergio was saying, Sergio Makerlog was saying, if you are connecting with your audience, and you know, on an emotional level, right? You're giving them value, you're giving them feedback, you're supporting them. That's not creating something that can be replicated, right? And so that goes for your coffee shop, but also, and I think this is like another just really important, somewhat overlooked thing, is as a founder, you need the emotional resilience to work on this for 10 years. You're not starting a company today and you're going to be successful tomorrow, right? Unless you have some great insight, from, a very, very unique life. But most of the time, you're going to be working on that for 5 to 10 years before you see significant success. And in order to get there, you have to love it, right? So like, who is in that right market? Is it the person who has all the technical skills but doesn't really love the job? Is it the person that, can whip up a design in an afternoon, release, a copycat product the next weekend? Or is it the person that's in it for the long haul, right? Who's connecting emotionally with their audience, they're building in public, they give you a reason to want to support them because they care, right? They care about the community. They want to give that value back. And I don't know, that connects a lot to why I built Remake and why I released it open source, is because I have gotten nothing but support from the open source community in one way or another, like not even directly, but just like people releasing all of these tools with the code right there where I can learn from I've learned more from open source code than anything. And so like the idea of me not releasing a product open source was just unimaginable. I put so much work into Remake, multiple years, and I've thought about, I've thought about for a second or two, somehow modifying the license or not making it open source, but it's not worth it to me. I want to give back to the world that helped me, get here. I wouldn't be able to build any of it without open source. Remake depends on, 20, 30 open source packages. I just think that's the future. People talk about, oh, is open source a sustainable business model? Is it the future or not? All these burnt out developers working in open source. I think there's balance there, but like, I think in general, when you have a connected world, it's the connected people that succeed. I think that's really what it comes down to.
So for someone like me who doesn't really, I've never shipped anything open source, not really understand it too much, how would that apply to something that isn't code?
Transparency. You can have open source companies. You share all your legal documents, your legal formation, your terms of service. Everyone has to share their terms of service, but some companies have gone so far as to like turn it into like a template. I forget which people did that. Maybe it was Ghost, but I don't know. Someone did that. They like made like a really simple, easy to understand terms of service and then open sourced it. But like, yeah, just being transparent, right? Even just like sharing revenue numbers. And I don't know, I'm kind of hopeful. I'm optimistic for the future where maybe we even see more movement in this space where, right now you have public benefit corporations. And I don't know if you have them over there in the UK, but they're corporations whose main motivation is not profit.
It's B Corp.
It's the benefit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you do?
No, we don't have them, but like Peak Design and a few others that I know, B Corps.
Yeah, so their main purpose is not profit. I think that's a significant change. And I think there's a step beyond that. That it's like, yes, we're public benefit corporation, but also we're just like a open, transparent, connected, morphing, organism. I think there is a type of company that survives better on the internet than what exists right now. And I think a lot of indie makers are exploring that space, building in that space, and are inspiring, other people to get involved in it and build in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, man.
Thank you, Sergio, for the follow. Really appreciate it.
So, David, are you going to be streaming a bit more after this one, or until your new open source, not open source, your new project is born?
I think, I will. I streamed for a while when I was building Remake back in the early days. I have like 1 million videos on my YouTube channel. I was just like going through them. I was like, how much time did I put into this? But I love streaming. Thank you, Antonia. That's really nice. Yeah, I think I would love to stream more, and I would love to make streaming a habit, because I think, like Sergio says, it's all about building in public and putting yourself out there. And I think there's nothing like, if you can work while you're streaming, there's no better, in my opinion, building in public than that, right? You're doing community outreach, you're doing teaching, you're doing building, you're letting people participate in your life. And I think it's I think that's really cool. Sorry, I just saw a chat message for a second.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, are you going to wrap up now? You've been streaming for 5 hours and probably need to go and get some food and chill out for the rest of the day. You go and refresh the product hunt page for the rest of the day.
Yeah. I think I will do that. If anyone hasn't checked out Remake on Product Hunt, I'd really appreciate you checking it out there, and maybe leaving a comment. Thank you guys for watching the stream. It was a pleasure to do this. It was thank you, Strange Quirks. It was just really fun to just hang out. I'm so happy that I decided to do this instead of refreshing Product Hunt and Twitter all day. I will respond to any messages I've gotten, but this was just really fun. Yeah, I really like just chatting.
Well, David, mate, you've been giving a lot of people some plaudits, but you've been an inspiration to many over the last few months of you building this, and it's great to see all of your hard work finally culminate into this launch. And it's good to see you up at number 3 and competing for those top spots and people on this stream. And so, man, it's good to see. Appreciate everything you do, and also everything you give back to the community of indie hackers, the feedback you give, the support you give, the many calls we've had where I've been feeling down and you've given me a pick me up or helped me navigate through some things. You're one of the good guys, and I'm sure everyone really appreciates it.
Well, I appreciate that, James, and I would say the same about you and the indie hacker community. Big shout out to Get Maker Log and Weekend Club. I would highly suggest joining both of those communities. Wonderful communities. And if anyone wants a copy of this video, I'll be sending it out hopefully within like a day or two, depending on how easy it is to get the video off of this platform.
Get yourself some rest first. Don't promise it in the next few days.
But subscribe to Remake at forum.remaketheweb.com, and I will send out the video through there. I'll also probably post it on Twitter. So if you want to follow me there, I'll post the video soon.
Awesome, dude.
Okay.
Go grab yourself a beer.
Awesome. Thank you, James. And thank you, everyone, who was part of this stream. Okay. See you guys. Signing off. That's my wife.